Brett Osika. Thank you so much, Brett. He got that from DPG. Kim C, Shemadak, all you guys, bro, that have been gifting subs. The goal here is to take over Kick. I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but the goal here is to take over Kick, #1 political / cultural commentary channel on this bitch. Deep analysis, cultural stuff. Bitches are stupid. We're not afraid to tackle race, and we're gonna keep true crime, all that shit. Anyway, I'll finish these chats right here. SOUI, I want to make a Google Drive folder we can share all our top tier OSS memes and thoughts. Also been with you since January 2025 until that. Thank you so much, SOUI. You're a longtime supporter. Yeah, dude, get with Brett. I think that's a really good idea to make a server for that, so you guys always have access to it. Spirit, can you give me OSS mod? I don't know how to do that shit, bro. I got to get with One Chess. One Chess, are you in chat, bro? Let me know if you are. If not, then we'll talk about it offline. Mario, will be in the OSS meetup. Yeah, I answered this one. Yes, we are. 100% meetup next next month for 420. But let's get back right into news. I just wanted to give you guys your flowers to say thank you for everyone from Kick, OSS, especially fucking OSS, by the way. Don DeMarco for you guys. Okay? Especially you guys. Well, hold on. I had that shit low volume. My bad.
They want to liberate women and bring democracy. I'm like, oh, you want to liberate women? Like, weren't you just shaking hands with Jelani of ISIS in the White House?
Sounds acting gay.
Some breaking.
Okay. Cool. Let's get back into the space and go from there.
So direct impact confirmed. Hezbollah sent some rockets, and it hit northern Israel immediately. Sorry, back to you guys.
Here's the Don DeMarco. My bad, guys.
The women, whenever we literally are over here, me personally, fighting every day for the Epstein files to be released and to get somebody arrested for the crimes that they committed against these women and children is absolute peak hypocrisy. It's just embarrassing as a country.
And after bombing a girls' school and killing like over 170 little kids, like 6 to 12-year-old girls,
says,
they're like, "Hey, man, don't worry, we're gonna bring you OnlyFans and abortions."
Lebanon, guy, bro, you must be late in Kick, man.
I think keep pushing the narrative.
Just some more breaking news, and then go back to 4 injured in a direct impact in Kfar Yuval.
Any updates on the 150 alleged casualties with in Dubai of Marines?
I don't think it's alleged. I saw the UN, United Nations, actually reported on it, saying it's like a grave humanitarian crime. So I think it's pretty official as far as mainstream media is reporting on it, and the UN as well, like I mentioned. So,
Adam, let me ask you this, because I know you've been in the background researching a lot of this stuff, which I appreciate. Can you double check and see, like, if we can get a number by chance? Because I know that they're saying it's a grave situation, but I'm trying to. So okay, let me preface it with this. Would it be fair to say that there's definitely going to be casualties at this point, and it's just a matter of figuring out how many?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Okay.
I haven't done the research.
It's probably not 150. When you get perfectly round numbers like that, they're just guessing.
I'm like roughly estimating. It was like 100 something, but I'm just saying 150 to summarize. But because that was reported a couple of hours ago.
They said 160, but yeah, I still think that's an estimate.
Okay, but I guess the bottom line is, so you guys all would think pretty much, hey, it might not be 160, but we definitely have more dead soldiers. That 6 number is going to go up, basically. Is that the conclusion?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the schoolgirls. Sorry. I thought we were talking about the schoolgirls there.
Oh, no. I'm talking about...
the school is like 170.
No, I believe that one. I'm talking about... I don't know if you guys saw it. Mario posted a couple hours ago that 100-something Marines were killed in Dubai.
Okay, that one hasn't been confirmed by the UN.
That one hasn't been?
I take that back. Yeah, no. I haven't seen actual real confirmations of that, no.
That sounds like a Marioism. He just posts whatever to be first and doesn't check anything ever.
No, it came from the IRGC. He got it from the IRGC.
Yeah, there was a few. It was in quite a few different places about the 160. It was claimed by the IRGC, but I don't know if the numbers are accurate or not. I think it's more like an estimation.
Yeah, they also said they killed 560, and it wasn't true. They're both sides of
casualties. They said casualties, so it could just be injuries largely.
Good
So
point,
I
yeah.
just looked it up, and the Trend News Agency says over 40 U.S. service members were killed in that drone and missile strike in Dubai.
Confirmed?
God damn.
That
I'll post it in the purple pill.
Yeah, please. I definitely want to look. That dude, if that's true, that's fucked. If that's actually true.
Yeah, Trump is going to have a lot of explaining to do.
Holy shit, dude. Yeah, this is what Chuck Schumer meant, man. Chuck Schumer literally said when he walked out of that meeting, like, Trump's gonna have to justify this to the American public, bro.
Wow,
It
surprisingly,
was after
both.
that. After he said that I was like quite confident it was gonna happen this
Yeah.
like on the Friday or the weekend.
Yeah, that's definitely how I looked at it too. I was like, dude, that was a turning point. Two things were for me were the turning point. Number one, when Chuck Schumer came out and said that, and then the second thing was when he said, Iran, I'm not happy with Iran right now. They don't want to make a deal, and he started pivoting to nuclear. That's when I knew, oh yeah, they're gearing up to hit these dudes. Because all of a sudden he brought back the fucking, the nuclear bullshit. You can't enrich all this other shit, and I was like, all right, bro, here we go. So.
The Houthis have downed another MQ-9 Reaper drone as well.
Yeah, the negotiations
Noxie.
was just to stall time so they could get in better positions, but Israel still jumped the gun before the U.S. was in position.
Noxie, can you DM me that link? Because I can't look at the purple pill because I'm on my PC and, fucking Twitter's garbage on PC. So can you shoot me that in a DM, that story, please?
Absolutely. I'll send you, there's 2 reports of it. I'll send you both of them.
Thank you so much.
Holy shit. Kids,
Ryan, I know someone earlier, because as I was getting up, someone was mentioning Samson option. What do you think is going to be the trigger points? At what point do you think the trigger is going to be that the Israelis finally utilize nuclear weapons? What do you think that red line is going to be for them, if you had to take a guess?
Damn. Do you really think that's gonna happen though?
I don't think they can. Like, there's too many other nuclear
Crazy
powers, the
stuff.
Chinese in particular, that aren't going to look at they're not going to let Iran fall. They can't. Like, this is a nuke. Maybe, if there was armies or something invading Israel, that's not going to happen either. So I just don't see this as a realistic scenario. Like, you're dealing with ballistic missiles. You're not being invaded. You're not being occupied. You could end this whenever just by capitulating. Like, get the U.S. out of the region and lift all the sanctions. That's what Iran wants. That's how you end this.
Yeah.
You're unwilling to do that, then continue to burn.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just, but here's the thing, Ryan. Me and you are reasonable. The Israelis aren't. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of Netanyahu, right? Like, at what point are you going to use the nuclear bomb? Because we know that they were thinking about using it on the 12-day war, dude. And the damage in the 12-day war was even less than what's going on now.
They did, I think, it seems like they tested one just prior to this. If you remember the little seismic events in Negev where they were testing their bombs, but that could just be them flexing their nuts. But if they use a nuclear, they start a war and then they start to lose. And so then they use a nuke.
Words, buddy. Great.
Everyone's getting nukes. And I don't think you'd have to use more than one. A nuke wouldn't finish Iran off either. They'd fire everything. And you're risking pulling in the Turks and others into the war. If people are looking at this and they look, the giant U.S. is bleeding. Like, they don't have enough munitions to take Iran out. And like, yeah, the casualties are pretty low. Even if they killed 40, whatever, that's in a war. It's not a lot. What they're losing though is infrastructure
a lot because it's not.
and all their missiles, both offensive and defensive. They're going to be helpless soon. Like, once you run out, now what's a boat without its guns? What's a plane without its bombs? What are they? Nothing. Just sitting ducks. And Iran has plenty. So we'll be able to. The U.S. is going to have to run. Think about this. They asked Korea and Japan for interceptors like an hour after the war started. So they didn't have enough in place. And that's not going to arrive in time. Then they asked Spain if they could dock there, and Spain told them no. Why do you have to go all the way to Spain? Because Cyprus was in reach, so they're going to Italy, but they wanted to have to use Spanish airports. And Spanish told them, no, you cannot use our airspace and you cannot use our airports. But Iran has effectively pushed them out of anything within Iran range of their missiles. The U.S. is afraid to dock and afraid to park planes because things are not going well. And the Zio media lies like they always do. as bad as we know it is, you know it has to be worse than that. Oh, I'm getting ready
Can
to
I
get on
jump
the
in
plane
quick?
myself.
So you have Cat Turd
Appreciate
and
it.
all these
Appreciate it.
influencers saying that like
Appreciate it.
Spain's
One,
horrible and that
Andy, 1 second. Appreciate you coming on, Ryan. Thanks for coming on. Ryan jumping on just before he had to jump on a flight, so I appreciate him. Let me just get some breaking news. Guys, can you just put your hands up if you're gonna jump in? Because I'm trying, like, I just, Ryan's like a friend, so I wanted to make sure was given a proper bye. Full engine. All right. So I mentioned the direct impact on Israel. In addition to that, 4 were injured I mentioned that already. Air defenses activated over Fujairah in the UAE. Air defenses activated over Fujairah in the UAE. And the US consulate in Lahore, Pakistan, is currently being attacked by Pakistani protesters. So Pakistani protesters are attacking the US consulate in Lahore as well. So a lot of people not happy with that. Okay, and missiles have been launched by Iran. Missiles have been launched by Iran and they're heading to Tel Aviv. So missiles have been launched by Iran and they're heading to Israel.
Dude, every 30 minutes at this point. And I double checked on this 40 servicemen. Apparently the story is 160 military officials were in a location. They bombed it. 40 died. It's unverified, not reported anywhere, whether it's official channels or mainstream outlets. So right now, if anything, it could potentially be propaganda or not true or just not verified. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. But as of right now, at this moment, these articles you sent me, Noxie, apparently they're not verified yet. They're saying that it's potentially disinformation. The fog of war, man.
Well, and that's why I'm saying that's what's been there. That's the reporting that has been put
of
out thus
course.
far.
That's not your fault. It's
Sure
just
you
like this is the
saw
fog
that.
of
Well,
war.
no, and that's why I haven't posted
you
anything about it
saw-
either. I'm waiting for confirmation, but that's what Iran or the IRGC is supposedly putting out.
Yeah, it's definitely an official post. We just don't know if it's true.
Did you see Tucker Carlson saying that the Saudi and Qatar caught Mossad agents trying
Yes,
to
is that
blow
true,
up?
bro? Someone in my chat asked me that.
things, yeah.
Is that confirmed? Me and my brother were trying to figure that out.
It's so far I've only seen him as a source. What Tucker Carlson said about catching Mossad agents trying to blow up. Yeah.
Is it confirmed yet?
No,
or
the
not
source
yet?
is Tucker Carlson. I don't know if that's going to get confirmed. Like Western media isn't. I don't see them snitching on Israel anytime soon. Maybe Al Jazeera can report on it or something like that. I haven't seen them do it. So yeah, just Tucker Carlson is the source on that one.
Let me see. Let me look, man.
But it is their modus operandi. Like that is how they operate. They've done it before.
I'm looking right now. As you guys know, ILTV, aka Israeli Media. Normally these guys are live 24/7, but it's hilarious because they haven't been live since the war started, which is hilarious.
It's a big
What?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Al Jazeera has been live for 24/7. Dude, this is one of the strongest pieces of evidence to me that Israel's getting completely pummeled right now, despite what all these Zionist Mario spaces are saying. They're saying like, oh, they're shooting down 90% of the missiles. Like,
oh my God, that lie again. Oh,
yeah,
deja vu.
Dude, I was I've been debating these retards all week, dude. It's fucking annoying. And I keep telling them like, dude, you guys are on borrowed fucking time. Like, your main news agency isn't even like Al Jazeera's fucking reporting and they're getting hit in fucking Doha. Meanwhile, you guys are too scared to turn on the fucking camera and report in Israel.
Exactly.
So like, I think there's a massive fucking, censorship wave right now going to Israel. I'd fucking love to talk to someone from there right now and see what the atmosphere is on the ground.
Yeah, they'd be arrested for doing that.
We're in Dubai.
They're very
Israel,
scared
sorry.
right now.
I meant Israel,
I
yeah.
have one of my neighbors, she's Israeli, she's a Palestinian Christian, but her family all live in Galilee, and they're not speaking over the phone or WhatsApp or anything about what's happening because they are terrified.
Okay.
Yeah,
So it's like we're talking not just a ticket or anything, we're talking like legitimate real jail time.
Well, I don't
can't
know.
remember.
She just
I can't-
told me,
it might
and all
be.
I can say is that they are scared and they are basically keeping all their comms quiet. They're not discussing anything.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. This happened during the 12-day war. This time, since they preemptively struck, they probably had all the things in place to make sure that people don't pass out videos of the destruction. But I mean, a lot of them are getting through. I've seen some of these videos that Suleiman's been sharing are fucking insane, dude. Like insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know,
that
10
Yeah, absolutely.
interceptors, 10 interceptors going after one missile and it still goes through. Like it's crazy, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they're just flopping.
about $40 million there. Sorry, go ahead, Sonny.
No, continue, bro.
No,
Continue.
that's
making the
$40
point.
million at a time because I see them.
yeah,
They always send out volleys of like 12 million. Sorry, of 12 interceptors at a go, something like that, right?
I know
And
two
it's
is the
2 million
minimum.
each. Yeah, two at a minimum, and each one's $2 million.
Yep.
You know, so you do the maths on that. Like that's $500 million a day, or every day Iran launches a volley at them. But yeah, on the filming thing, so Ben Gvir, like this is from the 12-day war. The police were hunting down anyone filming missile strike locations, and there was, I think the Knesset did vote to prohibit it, and I think you can get up to 20 to 30 months in prison.
Oh shit.
I'm just
So even journalists aren't
Yes.
safe, right? Because that's probably why LTV is down.
a long time to be in prison.
Yeah, because last time they were shutting down because Al Jazeera had publications have like cameras that are just fixed in place, just filming the skyline, and they all got shut down.
You know what, Adam? I
They
just
all
thought
got
of.
shut
I just
down.
had a eureka moment, dude. I'm sure everyone in this
Yeah.
in this space is familiar with Yosef Haddad, right? The fucking midget Palestinian Arab, fucking insufferable. Him for some like, and this is how I know he's a propaganda puppet for Israel. He's made a couple of posts showing off the damage in Israel, saying we're rebuilding whatever, and for some odd reason he's not in jail. So I think it's pretty clear at this point that Yosef Haddad works for the Israeli government, and he's purposely going to certain sites to try to boost morale and say, look at these fucking terrorists, blah, blah, blah. I'm actually going to pull up a video and show it to my stream. But like that just connected the dots because it's like if journalists and people, regular people can't record, but for some odd reason, this fucking Arab manlet, right, is recording like serious damage, by the way. He's like sitting, like the video I saw, he was like outside of like a store and it was completely fucking cooked. And he spans his camera around to show the damage and he posted it on X. Dude, now that's the proof we need. Bro is a fucking government asset for Israel.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's the poster boy.
I didn't know that was a secret. I thought it,
Yeah.
I thought he was public about it. I haven't looked into him too much, but yeah, it's obvious to me.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's no, because he denies all the time that he's like a Mossad asset.
Oh, he
or-
denies it.
yeah.
Oh wow.
He doesn't.
No, 100% he's state backed.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
His argument is, I'm a Palestinian. This is why the Israelis love him so much. He literally fits all the requirements to say the propaganda points. He's an Arab. He's a Christian Arab, but he's one of the.
Can I add a quick comment
and,
on this topic?
Yeah,
Just
sure,
a
go
quick
ahead.
comment. Just a quick comment. So they allow them to film and show public like areas where civilian areas are hit. That was part of the plan. They don't mind that because they want to use that as their propaganda. Yeah.
Yeah, because he has been showing off only public, where the public is damaged. Let me see if I could.
Yeah, so civilian areas, they're fine with that because they're using it. They want to use it in the propaganda. I don't know if you guys
Fair
remember.
use,
They
fair
actually
use.
stated
No, you're
that during the
absolutely
12-day
right, yeah.
war.
Because whenever they show it, it's like they use it as a backdrop to talk about how evil the enemy is and
Yeah.
blah blah blah, the victims. Yeah.
And why we need to do it, and this is why we have to do it because this is going to come to Europe and so on, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally
Yeah,
like
that-
dude, I've seen him talk so many times, and yeah, it's literally like bro has a script. Another thing too, because I watch a lot of Israeli media, dude, they always like, oh, Hezbollah terrorists, Hamas terrorists, Iranian terrorists, IRGC terrorists. You know, they always they always add the word terrorist to every single proxy power that they dislike. And it's like they're trained to say it automatically. It's crazy.
Yeah. Have you seen? Do you know who his wife is? That guy, Yosef Haddad.
Who's his wife?
I can't remember her name. She's
Oh.
like that blonde.
Dude,
Yeah.
dude, 9 minutes ago, speaking of, dude, bro, speaking of the devil, dude,
Yeah, him
I'm
right
on his Twitter
there.
page right now. I want everybody to go to this motherfucker's Twitter page. Dude,
Uh-huh.
he
Yeah.
literally is in front of a bunch of rubble right now with an Israeli flag back in the fucking, bro, you cannot make this
There we
up.
go.
Oh
he
my
does-
Are
goodness.
you
Toy
fucking
meme.
serious? Yo, we got
Bro,
a
he does the soy
nationwide.
meme where he's pointing.
We got
the
a
soy jack.
bro, like look at this shit. Yo, please somebody put this in the nest because I want everyone else to observe what the fuck I'm looking at. Dude, for those of you that are just listening in, right? This guy Yosef Haddad, background on him, Palestinian Arab, Christian guy, 5'2",
That's funny, dude.
big propagandist for the Israeli regime. He's their best token boy because he's actually an Arab, right? Fluent Arab, etc. And he's a hardcore Zionist.
Wasn't he not a son of one of the a former Hamas member also?
You're
or something
thinking
like
of Mossab
Oh,
Youssef.
yes.
The other one.
You're thinking
All
of
right,
Mossab
yeah.
Youssef, but same thing. They're actually. I'm glad you mentioned
I
that.
was just saying,
Him and
probably the
Mossab
same
Youssef are
thing.
literally attached at the hip. They go to every single public discussion and debate together. So they're super close. But yeah, for my audience listening in, Mossab Youssef, guys, is a guy that used to work with the Mossad and the Shin Bet. He was instrumental in getting a bunch of Palestinians killed. Blah blah blah. He got citizenship here in the United States. He fled on asylum. He's an author, and this dude always does debates. He's a huge propagandist for Israel. The biggest thing about it was he was the son of a high-ranking Hamas leader. That's what got him famous and what made him so valuable to the Mossad. But going back to this video, I want everyone to go to Yosef Haddad's fucking Twitter right now. So bro is in front of a bunch of rubble with the sun setting in the perfect fucking angle and a fucking Israeli flag for some odd reason placed behind him. Perfectly placed, by the way. It's like, dude, does it get any more fucking obvious than this?
No.
It's like everything has to be like choreographed.
Yeah, dude.
It's like they can't
nuts.
just say, well, let's just go here and we'll just film a bit. We'll ask some questions. Like it has to be done perfectly from this angle at this specific time when the lights shining from this particular angle or direction. It's just so ridiculous, honestly. And they think that people are not going to be able to see that it's propaganda. In such a situation like this, everything should be pretty much natural. If you understand what I mean, it shouldn't be so much like organization and it's just pure propaganda.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And his wife is Emily Schrader, who is a news anchor literally a news anchor at ILTV News.
Incredible. All right, chat, let's look at this shit.
Even the scene yesterday with Netanyahu, it was the same thing.
Shit, I can't fucking show it. Well, I can't. All right, let's play this shit, guys. Speak of the devil, look at this. Bro, it's like, yo, I'm psychic.
דווקא, אתם יודעים, דווקא על ההריסות שמאחוריי, כשאני רואה את דגל ישראל מתנופף ככה, אני לא יכול שלא לחשוב על הרוח הישראלית
He's speaking Hebrew.
ועל הכוח הישראלי. אנחנו נצא מההריסות האלו הרבה יותר חזקים. אנחנו כבר הרבה יותר חזקים, במיוחד מאז השביעי באוקטובר. עם הרוח הזו, אנחנו ננצח.
Bruh, propaganda at the highest level, bruh. Here, let me show you.
I agree.
Need more proof of Iranian regime cruelty?
Organization. So
Yo, this nigga's the top fucking cock
each and every
for Israel, bruh.
one of those leaders are a legitimate
I challenge this fucking loser to a debate, bro. Nigga is terrified.
target. This is not a legitimate target.
I challenge him and this loser here too. If I show you guys who he is, you guys are gonna recognize immediately who I'm talking about. They call him the son of Hamas. Oh my god. I just fucking forgot his name. Mossab Youssef. Yeah, there you go. This him. Him and this dude are like friends.
Okay, these are civilians. These are human beings, innocent human beings, men, women, elderly, kids, and that's what the Iranian regime is targeting. And from here,
Look, notice how someone's recording from the side, but he's looking at something else. This tells me telltale sign. This nigga's talking to a camera over here, and he probably has like someone else recording his shit over here. Like, bro, this is all press shit, man.
because we know
The Israeli government is only letting people like him film, and he's purposely filming in civilian locations to paint the picture that they're the enemies. Sorry, that they're the fucking victims. And the thing that kills me is like, this nigga's not even Jewish, bro. This nigga's an Arab. Like, yeah, what the fuck?
the cruelty of this regime. I mean, they slaughtered over 40,000 of their own people just last month.
Yeah, this nigga's really good. Yo, buddy, get the number up. It's 30,000. Okay, this bro said 40,000. Like, come on, man, keep it with the lies.
Do we need more evidence to that cruelty of that regime? So I send here a message to Donald Trump, to the American people.
Bruh, yo. God.
This shit's actually painful, dog.
Chat.
He's sick.
Chat. I am literally. I'm claiming. I'm claiming it now. This is my new title. Jew Stradamus. That's it. I'm taking the title, bro. I don't care what nobody says, bro. Nigga, I'm Jew Stradamus at this point, dude.
Bomba.
Nigga, I will look at these motherfuckers and know what they're gonna say, bro. I'm already 7 steps ahead of these motherfuckers, bro. Oh my God. Bro, I call myself Hostradamus. I think it's time that I knight myself. I am now also Jew Stradamus. Jew Stradamus, bro. Fucking incredible. I'm in a space. I'm like, why does this short nigga get to fucking record? And for the lore, if you guys want to know. So I wake up, right? Early this morning. And I open up my X. And I see this nigga in front of a fucking busted ass store. And I was like, wait, hold on, what's that? Hold on, stop the phone. This doesn't make sense.
You gotta turn your mic up.
Niggas can't record. ILTV is down when it's normally up 24/7. We're not getting all the videos. We're getting little leaks here and there. How the fuck is this nigga recording? Like, right in front of the destruction. Well, like a high quality camera and shit. No cops coming up to him. Hey, nigga, you gotta stop recording.
You know what it is, bro.
Right? Because this bitch ass nigga right here, just to put a face to the name. Because I really want y'all to get this shit, man. Connect the dots. This motherfucker right here. Itmar Ben Gavir. Yo, this nigga is the fucking he's the Minister of National Security. So he's like the fucking damn near, he's like the head of DHS, pretty much. Combined with like some national security situations as well. Like it would be like department, like it would be like the CIA combined with the FBI combined with like other military assets. It's like a very, but just to give you guys the gist of it, so you understand from an American perspective. So this guy imposed like rules and laws that if anyone records any of the damage, they could go to jail. And you're probably wondering, well, Myra, why do they care? Like, dude, it's just a video. The reason why they don't want people recording is because Israel's a small country, right? So if people record, the Iranians will be able to watch those videos and know exactly how accurate they were and adjust the target numbers or the latitudes and longitudes. So that is why they do not. Hold on, guys, one sec. My bad. That is why they put this ordinance in place. Then I wake up and see this bitch ass nigga literally doing like a Hollywood press push in front of destroyed buildings, and it all came full circle. This guy's a fucking government asset. He tries to claim he's not. He claims he's an independent journalist. No, bro, this nigga's a government asset, bro. This nigga's probably BB's like best friend.
Because we know the cruelty.
Incredible. These niggas always fucking expose themselves, bro. Jewish Stradamus, bro.
Of this regime. I mean, they slaughtered over 40,000 of their own people just last month. Do we need more evidence to that cruelty of that regime? So I send here a message to Donald Trump.
Here we go. Hey, Americans, fought our war for us.
To the American people, listen very carefully. We are putting ourselves in danger, and it's okay. We're willing to do that because we want to keep our security, we want freedom, and we want a better Middle East. But wait, if you think America is doing the job for us, then I have two things to say. One, the IDF is doing an amazing job too. And second,
bruh,
you're doing an amazing job for us, for you guys, and for the Iranian people.
Translation.
Where do we get out of it?
Die for us, nigga.
People who are begging to be freed from that terrorist regime.
Oh, yeah, of course. People like Patrick Bet David that are in fucking the United States now.
So do not fall to the trap of the...
Bro, nigga even has an anti-Iran shirt. Yo, this nigga's... Bro. Nigga had a checklist before he went out there. Okay, Iranian shirt that insults them. Check. Stupid random blazer. Check. 2 cameramen so I can record in this angle and also this angle. Check.
Straight up.
Call out to the United States for help. Check. Say that you're on the front lines of Islamic terrorism. Check. What are we waiting for now? I'm waiting for the part for him to say I'm a Muslim Arab in Palestine. He probably won't say that because everybody in Israel knows who this guy is. This dude is very famous in Israel, chat. Very fucking famous. Like anytime an Israeli says like we don't hate the Arabs, they'll use this guy as the example. He's a token boy for Arabs in Israel.
The radical left or the radical right in America. Be brave, stay brave like we know you, and do the job. Finish the IRGC,
Wow.
free Iran, make a better Middle East, and
But that's your problem, buddy.
Right. Wait.
What the fuck?
Don't you hear him giving
Let's see if
orders?
we get it up.
It's fucking crazy, bro. Giving orders, dog. Get the fuck out of here.
You guys want to have some fun?
Yeah. Go ahead, Myron.
Give 20 fucking subs. If someone gives 20 fucking subs, I'm about to blow this shit right out the fucking stratosphere. Let me set up and wait until someone does it. But in the meantime, I want you guys to enjoy some music.
Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early lie, every single hour, every single day, every single night, early lie. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. But I'm telling you the truth, it's not just one or two, it's every single Jew. They all hate you. And it really breaks my heart, but their lies are off the charts and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based or you'll get erased. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life, every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life.
We're almost there, nigga. We're almost there.
I know it's hard to accept that all the ones you've met lie with every single breath. They want you dead. But you must not be weak, just open your eyes and see. They always exploit the meek. See their vampire teeth. And it can make you cry to learn your life was full of lies and their face was a disguise. But you must fight. So if you want to live and protect all of your kin, you have to grow thick skin, or we won't. Every single time, every single crime,
10 more to go,
every
ninjas.
single lie, early lie, every single hour, every single day, every single night, early lie.
All
Myron.
right, we're at 10 ninjas. 10 more and we gonna cook. In the meantime, I am preparing something for you guys. Once we get the goal, it's time. 10 more subs and we cooking. I got y'all.
It's not my fault that I have to do this. You only pick on me. I'm Jewish. Stop being a jealous loser and go get a job. I can do what I want because I'm chosen by God.
I've been out for like 13, 14 hours, ninjas. Let's get this thing out. Let's get this thing out of here. We got to get this goddamn info out. OB745, OB740, Soulless Fool, Invisible Hawk. The Jews did it. King, KVGNG, shout out to all you ninjas. You guys need to all fucking thank these gentlemen right here. Army Vet 43, Dirty Money Sniper with the 10, Army Vet with 5, Soulless Food, OB740, Soulless Food, Invisible Hawk. I hope you niggas are ready to get super red pilled right now. Are y'all niggas ready? Dirty Money Sniper, thank you again. Invisible Hawk, love you guys. Let's cook. Watch this. Look at this shit. So let's watch this interview. We are going to have fun with this one, boys. Oh, man. These niggas just activated my trap card. If you know, you know. All my longtime supporters know what's about to come here. He totally fucked up putting this bitch-ass nigga on camera. Invisible Hawk. Turn that volume up. Morris, thank you. And here's the caption. Today I met with Bet Samesh and the friends from United Hezbollah, who do holy work in every area to save the lives of every Israeli injured by the Iranian missiles. And the truth is that right there yesterday, one of their amazing volunteers, this nigga sucks at writing, bro. What the fuck? So awkward. You guys said there's no, oh, my bad. I'll get it from the beginning. My bad. We got it from the beginning.
I think there is very few people who do for Israel like Yosef does all around the world, promoting what Israel is all about. The unity of people, Jews and Muslims and Christians. We love each other. We actually love each other.
Absolutely, Eli. And I'll tell you something. Coming from you, telling me how much I'm...
J2 to whatever. Talking shit about my merch. Enjoy the Shadow Realm, bitch.
Time to send you to the Shadow Realm. The future is mine.
Taking out the trash. Enjoy, faggot.
Doing for Israel, and you are a huge part of our community, our society as Ikhud Hatzalah that comes and save lives. And when I say save lives, you say, oh, we love each other, Christians, Muslims, Druze, Jews. You literally save lives.
Okay. Now, what Yosef Haddad, someone clip this. What Yosef Haddad is trying to claim is that this fucking guy and Hezbollah in general saves lives. So let's kind of go and do a deep dive on this situation, okay? So we all know about October 7th, 2023. This guy that you guys are seeing here from Hezbollah is a spokesperson. After the October 7th attacks, they were some of the first people on the ground to recover the bodies, try to render aid, and most importantly, recover the bodies so that they can be properly prepared for a Jewish burial. Okay, guys? Very important that you understand this. In Judaism, if you die, they try to get rid of the body in the most holiest way possible, in the quickest way possible. So organizations like Hezbollah, who this guy is the leader of, have to be there. Now, here's the dark part.
Porn is extremely lucrative. The story of the beheaded babies was
when we go into a house.
Now, this guy Yossi Landau is literally the same thing as this dude. It's two competing organizations that do this. Go into a crisis zone, collect the bodies, prepare them for Jewish burial, and volunteer, right? Sounds good, right? Like humanitarian. But here's the real story.
Father and mother, hands tied to...
I'll skip him. we'll focus on Hatzalah. But he's a part of Zaka, same exact organization.
They should see each other how they're being tortured.
Actually, you know what? Give y'all more context. Okay, fuck it. I'll play his shit too. This is what he says. Look at this.
That and when we go into a house and we see on one side of the dining room it was parents, father and mother, hands tied to the back, and the other side of the room against them there was two children, a girl and a boy, the same position. They were tortured. Main thing, and I wouldn't call them animals, to open up all the food that was prepared for the holiday, and these terrorists sitting and eating while torching the father and the kid, their parents and the kids. They should see each other how they're being tortured. How evil could that be?
Landau's lies were promptly amplified by Israeli officials.
Took dozens of children.
Yossi Landau and the next thing I'm going to show you have the blood of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. But it gets worse. And you know what? Let me go ahead. This is what, 9/24?
Even as the beheaded baby story was exposed as a complete and total hoax, Israel and its proxies fed the media new tales of atrocities that were even more lurid than before. Many of these came from one particular individual, Yossi Landau, a religious fanatic from a self-described rescue organization known as Zaka.
Of this 14, 15-year-old, head chopped off. We were looking around.
Head chopped off, 15-year-old.
For the head, couldn't find it.
Despite lacking any forensic credentials or paramedic training, Zaka volunteers were typically the first on the scene, and therefore able to make the most outlandish claims.
Key distinction.
Yossi Landau himself said that he never actually saw any atrocities take place. But that he used his imagination to tell the stories of the bodies he found.
I think I have something that fits this occasion.
When all three Kennedys died, they called it a curse. But the truth is the Jews put each one in a hearse. And there's nothing I say but truth in each verse. The Jews and their lies always make things worse. The international clique of the sick and wicked, the Dallas Citizens Council, are the ones who did this. Once done, the Jews made the moves and bore false witness and created the cover story with their Warren Commission. They blamed it on Lee Harvey, who was not the mastermind. He was shot and killed by the Jew Jack Rubenstein. Some Jews even tried to blame the Cubans for this crime, but the truth lies behind what made Ben-Gurion resign. A Jew named Oliver Stone put out the movie JFK, produced by the Jew Arnon Milchan, to blame the CIA. The Jew who filmed Kennedy getting his head blown off that day was Abraham Zapruder, who sold it for $150K. The magic bullet theory was physically impossible. It's why LBJ had Kennedy's body stolen from the hospital. It was created by Jew Arlen Specter and spread like gospel to cover up the fact that there were multiple hostiles. When all three Kennedys died, they called it a curse. But the truth is the Jews put each one in a hearse. And there's nothing I say but truth in each verse. The Jews and their lies always make things worse. When all three Kennedys died, they called it a curse. But the truth is the Jews put each one in a hearse. And there's nothing I say but truth in each verse. The Jews and their lies always make things worse.
I want to put this into perspective for you guys. The lies that this guy made about beheaded babies babies in ovens. He was one of the first people to make these bullshit claims. These bullshit claims gave Israel the political fucking power to justify the genocide of Palestinians. This man was the reason that Hind Rajab got shot 300 fucking times in her car. She was bleeding out. Not sure if she was going to live. This guy is the reason why Israel has been carpet fucking bombing Gaza for 2+ years. This fucking guy gave Netanyahu the political juice he needed to start a war on 7 different fronts. So when I say the Jews and their lies, it's not just me trying to be funny and edgy and all this other shit. There are very serious connotations when I make that claim. And you know what the scary part is? This isn't even the worst part yet. I'm just getting started. Because don't forget, okay, rewind. I didn't forget about this nigga either. I'm just going to take you guys through the story so this all makes sense. All right. Let's cook, chat. Let's cook.
When we go into a house.
Thank you so much, Merkius. Thank you so much, The Jews Did It. Thank you so much, Morris 8, Invisible Hawk. You guys are the best.
And we're using our imagination.
And what an
Merkius, thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
Imagination he has.
I would say about 280 bodies, the 280 casualties. I would say 80% was torture. Piles of 10 children each were tied to the back, burned to death. And when we go into a house and we see on one side of the dining room was parents.
Okay, we saw this already. Now let's move on to the second idiot. Or let's talk about how his comments helped, right? Or did cause the problem.
The parents and the how
took Landau's lies were promptly amplified by Israeli officials.
Guys, do you hear that? The prime minister used Yossi Landau's lies to justify the destruction of fucking Gaza, chat. He manufactured the outrage from his imagination.
Thousands of children, bound them up, burned them, and executed them. They beheaded soldiers.
Their American counterparts, including...
Hey, it's way harder to disprove a lie than to tell the truth.
Secretary Antony Blinken were equally obliging.
A family of 4, a young boy and girl, 6 and 8 years old, and their parents around the breakfast table. The father, his eye gouged out in front of his kids. The mother's breast cut off. The girl's foot amputated. The boy's fingers cut off before they were executed. And then their executioners sat down and had a
This Antony Blinken, former Secretary of State.
meal.
There was just one problem for Landau and those who amplified his questionable claims. No bodies found in Kibbutz Be'eri matched the descriptions he made. The story of the beheaded babies was also implausible according to official Israeli government data, which confirmed that only one baby, 11-month-old Mila Cohen, was killed on October 7. Just one, and she was tragically shot by accident through a door, not decapitated. Landau also
40 beheaded babies when only one died. Crazy.
claimed to possess photos of a fetus that Hamas had cut from a pregnant woman's body.
Or when you go in, you see a lady face down. You turn her around. She was pregnant woman. The stomach is butchered up, and a knife is still stacked in that baby. The unborn baby.
Yet the images never materialized.
I wonder why.
Even after the media requested them. One fact Landau did prove, however, was that the business of fabricating atrocity porn is extremely lucrative. Before October 7th, his Zaka organization was nearly broke, but in the aftermath of the propaganda bonanza they fueled, they raked in over $13 million in donations in just a was that the business of fabricating atrocity porn is extremely lucrative. Before October 7th, his Zaka organization was nearly broke, but in the aftermath of the propaganda bonanza they fueled, they raked in over $13 million in donations in just a short bonanza they fueled. They raked in over $13 million in donations in just a short amount of time. The Israeli paper Haaretz reported that Zaka volunteers were so desperate to cash in on October 7th that they actually rearranged corpses discovered in the kibbutzim, literally October 7th, that they actually rearranged corpses discovered in the kibbutzim, literally playing with dead bodies in order to exaggerate the sense of horror before sending the images to potential donors.
Do you guys see why I fight so hard? Do you guys see why I'm demonetized? Do you guys see why Israel put my name on a fucking missile today that is probably going to be dropped on children in Iran? This is why I am in the position that I'm in. Lost millions, but it is 1,000% worth it to lose every penny of those millions to be able to stay authentic to you guys and aware you guys on what the fuck is really going on. Western media, Sean Hannity, Fox News, even CNN, none of them are going to talk about this. But wait, there's more.
One of Zaka's competitor organizations.
Okay, y'all niggas ready to cook? Now we're going to go into dumbass number 2. Time to have fun.
United Hatzalah was eager to cash in as well. It sent its
Hatzalah is this guy's company.
Director, Eli Beer, to a Republican Jewish coalition fundraiser. There, Beer rattled off a slew of lies that Yossi Landau would have been proud to have concocted.
So this nigga's worse. But wait, there's more.
saw in my own eyes a woman who was pregnant, 4 months pregnant. They came into her house in front of her kids, opened up her stomach, took out the baby and stabbed the little tiny baby in front of her and then shot her in front of her family. And then they killed the rest of the kids. I saw little kids who were beheaded. We didn't know which head belongs to which kid. We saw a little baby in an oven. They put him. We didn't know which head belongs to which kid. We saw a little baby in an oven. They put him in. These bastards put these babies in an oven and put on the oven. We found the kid a few hours later. Put these babies in an oven and put on the oven. We found the kid a few hours later. Put these babies in an oven and put on the oven. We found the kid a few hours later.
The story of a
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. This is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. You brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. This is what you get for all your evil deeds. You were mocking dead kids, but now you're getting hit. Iranian missiles have your entire skyline lit, and you
You cry victim and say you didn't start this, but the whole world sees that your lies are retarded. Now you feel terror like the Palestinians. How does it feel to have bombs dropped on your civilians? You could have avoided all this if you wanted to, but humanity never expected good behavior from you Jews. Allahu Akbar! Boom, boom, Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. This is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed.
Baby baked in an oven, clearly contrived to evoke the horrors of the Holocaust, was immediately catapulted into the mainstream pro-Israel press.
They baked their baby in the oven and kept the woman alive so that she could hear the screams of her child melting.
The little children that were put in the oven.
Attacks that saw a baby put in an oven and baked alive.
And even though this lie was also quickly debunked, it contributed to the narrative that Israel was confronting quote-unquote human animals, as its defense minister Yoav Gallant put it. And it therefore had the right to do anything, absolutely.
We are fighting human animals.
And it therefore.
And we are acting accordingly. Oh, acting accordingly, Mr. Gallant. Acting accordingly. That's interesting. You know, normally when you act accordingly, you don't kill your own people. But I guess if you're trying to get a holiday, it makes sense.
Happy Hannibal Day! Happy Hannibal Day! We blew our friends away and blamed Thomas today. Happy Hannibal Day! Happy Hannibal Day! We knew it was coming, but baby needed more drumming. Find 5 years of genocide, and still these pallies won't die. These terrorists are a big thorn in our side. All these little babies are driving me crazy. They are all Hamas. There are no maybes. Happy Hannibal Day. Happy Hannibal Day. We blew our friends away and blamed Hamas today. Happy Hannibal Day. Happy Hannibal Day. We knew it was coming, but baby needed war drumming. final solution to the Palestinian problem is let false flags happen so we could solve them. We let Hamas fly over our walls and kill thousands of our friends. Then our helicopters killed them all, and we blamed Hamas in the end. Happy Hannibal Day. Happy Hannibal Day. We blew our friends away and blamed Hamas today. Happy Hannibal Day.
בפעם הראשונה הכאוס בקיבוץ ניר עוז שאליו הגיע מסוק קרב בטייסת 190, 5 שעות אחרי תחילה.
But Bibi needed war drumming. Happy Hannibal Day. Happy Hannibal Day. We blew our friends away and blamed Hamas.
Had the right to do anything, absolutely anything, to prevent another October 7th.
We are imposing a complete siege on the city of Gaza.
מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור.
Interesting. No food, no electricity, nothing.
Look, there's no denying that atrocities took place when Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. But Israel wasn't content to capitalize on the atrocities that had been clearly documented on camera. They just weren't sufficient to give Tel Aviv the political latitude it needed to mount a full-scale ethnic cleansing campaign. Netanyahu himself outlined the cynical logic directly when he addressed Zaka volunteers and told them that their mission was to grant him the maneuvering room he needed to totally destroy Gaza. Grant him the maneuvering room he needed to totally destroy Gaza. So the image of Hamas as a band of psychotic ISIS Gaza to grant him when he addressed Zaka volunteers and told them that their mission was to grant him the maneuvering room he needed to totally destroy Gaza. So the image of Hamas as a band of psychotic, ISIS-like, irrational Muslim fanatics, rather than a resistance group representing a popular constituency, rebelling against being eternally confined to a de facto internment camp, had to be reinforced over and over again.
They are savages. Hamas is ISIS.
An act of sheer evil, the utter depravity and the barbaric nature with which these terrorists murdered and butchered innocent Israeli civilians.
Among Israel's key talking points, dutifully repeat.
Okay. I got to take a poll. Poll coming up, guys. Real quick, guys. I'm typing that up for you. All right, guys, vote in the poll. Well, we'll go back. On a scale of 1 to 10, I want to see how red-pilled you guys are right now. We got a couple Mossad guys in the chat. That's fantastic. All right, let's get back to it.
Absolutely, Eli, and I'll tell you something. Coming from you telling me how much I'm doing for Israel, and you are a huge part of our community, our society, as Ikhud Hatzalah, that comes and save lives. And when I say save lives, you say, oh, we love each other, Christians, Muslims, Druze, Jews.
Guys, if you got fucking just red pilled out of the fucking universe, give me a 1 in the chat right now. If you didn't, give me a 2. But if you didn't know this shit and you just got fucking red pilled right now, I need to see a 1. If you already knew this stuff, give me a 2. I just want to get a foundation of the audience so I kind of see. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Looks like it's like a majority 1. Good amount of 2 still, but a majority 1. Now, when I say, have you guys heard about this before? I'm talking about Zaka and the other organization, Hatzalah. That's what I'm talking about. These organizations. If you didn't know about them, give me a 1. About this story I'm telling you right now, how they moved the bodies around and lied. Give me a 1 if y'all did not know about these 2 organizations and how they completely lied about October 7th. Fair. Awesome. Enjoy the red pill, boys. I'm showing you guys it with their own fucking media, bro.
You literally.
And this, my friends, is why I'm canceled everywhere. I'm able to piece together all the bullshit for y'all. So you guys can get it in a nice, concise, yet entertaining manner. Let's see. Oh, look, here he is again. Yo, niggas. Yo, they're not even hiding it anymore, bro.
Allahu Akbar!
Yo, these niggas aren't even. Are you serious? Yo.
Oy vey, oy vey, oy vey. They know we run the banks. Oy vey, oy vey, oy vey. They know we pimp the skanks. Oy vey, oy vey, oy vey. They know we start the wars. Oy.
Anyway. Yeah, dude. This guy, here we go again. Yeah, just straight propaganda, dude. All right, let's go back into the Twitter space, guys. And then I'm going to go to sleep, dude. I'm starting to slur my words and shit. I'm dead. I've been up for 22 hours.
You could support them, at this point in time.
Chat, Sagwolf, what's interesting is the lies they spew like this are the thoughts they have about us and what they do to us who aren't them. Exactly. I sent you on your Discord. Ghoulish King WD Brief. Thank you, bro. Both those guys should be brought over here, put in the highest max prison, and fuck them. I'm gonna show these shit. SLU Myron, Myron, look, what's this? Poser Bob, happy birthday, bro. Poser Bob, happy birthday. When Israelis are blaming others of wrongdoings in them, beheading in oven, is what they do. Yep. You get 7. Yeah, niggas get 7K for everything. Martin, I want to say, first and foremost, that you're an international treasure, not just of the USA. I want to, as you understand, you don't encourage us to confront Jewish behavior in public, so we don't lose everything. But how do we defeat this psyop? We got to build our power up level, guys, and get into institutions of power. DJ Munch 5, gifted, thank you. Keith, I made a song and sent to Brett. Okay. Red Jester Landau couldn't even say his Hasbara with a straight face. Facts. Hey, Martin, they've been showing the on-street footage of damage in Tel Aviv. Really? Okay, drop a link for me. This nigga Yosef is a coon. Facts. The clan, Fear, this faggot is a traitor to his own Palestinian people. Deserves to be so. Yeah. Ronaldo and his. I don't think Yossad is Palestinian, but he's definitely like from somewhere. Like I think either Jordan or Yemen or something. Ronaldo's family just got the fuck out of Riyadh. It was private jet. Oh, wow. Damn. Even Ronaldo shook. CT goes, Myron, you're greatly appreciated for your hard work and dedication, but make sure to take a vacation. Hey, man, no breaks on the train, guys. Yo, you guys want to help me out? If you enjoyed, bro. Guys, if you enjoyed that fucking last segment right there, where I literally showed you guys the October 7 lies, I only got one request. Join the OSS. It's only $1 to join. I want to keep this particular stream for free because I am dying. I'm really tired right now, so I don't want to, shortcut anybody. But here's a quick word from our sponsors, since I have to sponsor myself. If you enjoy the work, guys, join OSS. First month is only $1. Use the code LYouTube. With that said, they banned me on Instagram. They demonetized me on YouTube. They banned me on Facebook. They banned me on Twitch. The ADL and the SPLC put me on their hit list, as well as Media Matters. That tells you everything you need to know. They don't want you to hear what I have to say. And that's exactly why the OSS Army exists. The OSS is my uncensored army, where the truth prevails over all the lies. But OSS isn't just content, guys. It's a movement. It doesn't feel like a group. It's a force. It's an army. Inside the community, you connect with like-minded individuals that aren't afraid to question the narrative. 46,000 plus strong, pushing towards 10,000. Every new member makes the message louder, and they can't censor all of us. This is where you can speak freely and not have to be worried about being judged, fired, labeled a hater, anti-Semite, misogynist, or any of these other stupid-ass buzz terms that they like to use for people that are critical thinkers. The movement goes beyond the live stream. We build a community. We're able to have discussions. We're able to go ahead and interact with each other the way that we want, where we don't have to worry about censorship. We have a Telegram group where you can connect with like-minded guys. We have a Discord that's completely free, and we do one annual meetup per year in Miami on 420. You'll also get access to exclusive live streams you won't find on YouTube, call-on portions of the show, and other goodies that you won't find anywhere else. And even the merch is a part of the mission. But it's not about fashion, it's about an identity. You have the ability to think critically and challenge the narrative. High quality Nike gear, and not ridiculously branded, that allows you to identify each other without being too overt and understanding that you know what the hell is up. So you can go ahead and move covertly with your red pill awareness compared to other blue pill normies. All of this for just $10 a month, or you can join for the year. Use JFK 911 as a promo code, or LYouTube, guys. All right, let's get back into this thing. Okay, we're caught up on chats. Sav Wolf's last one, I think, here. What's interesting is the lies they spew. Like, oh no, we read that one. Okay. Fucking, I feel like a drunk person. I'm gonna fucking slur my words and shit now.
12 rockets and several drones. No, this is not a launch now. This is just in total for today, they're claiming.
Yeah, well, even like,
Also,
I apologize, guys. I'm literally like fucking eyelids are droopy right now. I'll be on for like another 5 or 10. I'll dip out and try to come on earlier for you guys tomorrow.
we're gonna send this to Sully, the drone that was shot down in Iran today.
yeah, they're sitting about. Also, nobody's talked about either yet. Even if America tries to go into the Strait of Hormuz, like they're not gonna be able to. They got like 30, 40ish of those stealth submarines. There's no chance they're gonna be able to even do anything about that. Like they're not getting ships in there. It's just not gonna happen. They haven't even
I wish.
talked about that, Chad.
Yeah. Who's speaking? Who was just talking there?
Twanky.
Oh my dear Lord! Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, they can't go in. They can't get out of the strait because they don't have enough fuel, or they can't even like do depth water because I guess how the subs are built. But they can't come through the strait. That's for sure. Nobody's getting in or out of there if they don't want.
Just real quickly, so I believe this is a correspondent that's on the ground in Bahrain. So they're stating that the explosion that was heard minutes ago was the strongest and largest since the start of the Iranian strikes on Bahrain.
Real quick, welcome Myron to the stage, and if he has a comment on what you just said, that'd be interesting.
I was exposing the Hadzallah and the fucking Zaka org that lied about October 7th. Red pill
Wait,
audience crazy, bro.
what is that new?
What did you say, Myron? I'm sorry. What did you say, Myron?
Yeah, what'd you say? What is that?
Oh shit. Hold on one sec. Let me turn up my mic. Give me a sec, guys. You guys can keep talking and
Hey,
No,
y'all want
no,
something
we hear
crazy?
you.
Yeah, did y'all hear about the crazy thing that February 28th, the Israeli calendar actually is like 9/11? It's backwards technically. It's 11/9, but still, it's technically 9/11 was February 28th. It's kind of creepy.
I got a book.
No way.
Guys,
Yeah, you could Google that too. It'll tell you.
No.
guys.
Let Myron speak. Let Myron speak.
So funny enough, guys, I actually have a book coming out on 9/11 called "The Jews and Their Lies." So I'm literally putting it out because you're right. That is one of their holidays.
Myron Luther.
Yeah, bro, I got a picture of it. Literally, like I don't know if you watch back the stream a little bit on Kick, you'll see when I put it up. But
I'm checking it.
But no, you guys can keep going. What you guys were going with.
Myron, you and Ryan need a show name.
Yeah, we're working on that. We got some
Based
stuff
Brothers?
behind the scenes. Yeah, we're
Based Bros.
That's a funny one. But no, what I was talking about was Zaka and Hazala. This really has to do more with October 7th, but since you guys asked me, long story short is this. When October 7th happened, a lot of Israelis died. Many of them obviously are Jews. Jews have very strict burial protocol due to their religion. So there's volunteer organizations called Zaka and Hazala, where they're volunteers that go to locations that are like war torn, all these other issues. Me and Sully actually talked about this. I don't know if he's here. But here's the thing. A guy named Yossi Landau from Zaka was one of the first people on scene at October 7th. This dude was one of the main ones that said, oh, they put babies in ovens. They sliced a pregnant woman open, took the baby out. They're raping women, all this bullshit, right? So then he admits later when he's pressed on this, oh, I was using my imagination to see how the people felt on that day. But the damage is too late at that point, because if you guys go back to 2023, October, remember how the whole country rallied around Israel because we really thought these guys went in and beheaded babies and put them in the ovens? Like, hell, even I was like shocked, right? But then you come to find out that the person that pushed all these lies made $13 million for their organization. And then another guy tries to copy out of the Hazala, and he does the same exact thing. And these guys ranked up millions, pushing out the Hezbollah. And it gets even better. Trump privately met with Zaka and said, I need you guys to arm me with the information I need to justify war. I kid you not, dude. So everything about October 7th is astroturfed, and they came up with these crazy ass lies to justify the absolutely ridiculous amount of aggression that they went into Gaza with, and obviously all the region. So that was what I was red pilling my audience on.
That is huge, man. Bro, get that book out. We can print that or get that published, bro.
September 11th, man. Working on it. I don't know if I'll be able to put it on Amazon though. But yeah.
There's still ways of getting it, so getting it out. Oh, Amanda, she's a publisher.
Okay. Yeah, that might be something I can explore for sure. But no, I didn't mean to crash it, guys. I was just
Guys, can I just read out this statement to you guys, right? And these people are so crazy, right? Keep in mind that Israel has been bombing Lebanon and attacking Lebanon, Hezbollah, whatever, ever since the so-called ceasefire, right? So this is what Reserve Brigadier General Ami Afifi has said. We waited to see when Lebanon would make a mistake and join the war. And yesterday they fired at us, thus giving us legitimacy to enter into a wide battle against them that will not stop until Hezbollah surrenders. Now, keep in mind, these guys literally been attacking Lebanon on a regular since this so-called ceasefire. This is how ridiculous these people are in their thinking. Like they're always the victim, even when they're.
Real quick, Anas says, how are the fighter jets doing for Iran? They're not really using them too much. H Trade with the $1. Thank you so much. Outlaw NHH tipped $2.99. Appreciate you.
They're literally getting whooped like by Iran right now as they're trying to start another war with a nation that has already beaten them because
All right, guys, I think I'm going to call it a night. I'm cooked, bro. I can barely fucking think straight. Guys, I'll be back on tomorrow. We're going to have a banger. Love you guys. More news coverage coming in. You guys are G's. Join the OSS guys support if you guys really fuck with me. If you enjoyed that red pilling right there, join the movement, man. So I didn't want to cut it on you guys because I thought that information was that important. I wanted to give it only to my OSS guys, but I'm like, you know what, dude, we got to fucking red pill people. So, support the OSS. And to the OSS guys, you guys are my niggas, bro. I love y'all. You guys already know that. Half the time I even come on late like this or come back on again is because I'm like, you know what, dude, I got to do something for the OSS. So gave y'all 2 shows today, 14, 16 hours, whatever it may be. And half of that is because of you guys. So everybody in the chat, thank the OSS, motherfuckers. Thank the OSS. They are the reason I'm streaming so long, and they are the reason why I came back today. So anyway, guys, love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to be on somewhere between 5 to 8, depending on when me and my brother get together. And peace, niggas. Oh, I think I forgot something. It wouldn't be right if I didn't do this.
Boom, boom, boom. Tel Aviv, this is what you get. now you're getting hit. Iranian missiles have your entire skyline lit, and you cry victim and say you didn't start this, but the whole world sees that your lies are retarded.
You stupid.
Now you feel terror like the Palestinians. How does it feel to have bombs dropped on your civilians? So you could have avoided all this if you wanted to, but humanity never expected good behavior from you Jews. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed.
Yeah, we're going to. This must have just ended, man. What's going on, guys? Let's find something else here. Hold on. Left you guys. Let's see. This is when the war completely started. You guys want to watch that? Oh, you know what?
Get on your job.
Yeah, let's go back to that, man. It was a long stream that day. I appreciate you guys being in here, man. I swear to God. Tell me this guy makes you subscribe, bro. That's fine. I'm not about to pay this for no monthly fee. He's tripping, dude. Yeah. Well, I'll find something though. Don't trip. Don't trip, chocolate chips. I will find something for you guys right now. Just woke up, guys.
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data Analytics Certificate will teach you to code in R.
So water is a huge issue. It doesn't matter if Iran kills American soldiers, destroys American military. It
This professor is awesome, man.
doesn't have to do that. All it has to do is destroy the desalination plants. And then the GCC is destroyed, okay?
Bro, imagine the people who have all this Dubai real estate, how they're feeling right now. That makes sense. The war is going to be over in 24 hours. Top boy saying,
He explains everything very, very well. I'll leave you guys to it, all right?
it's just a clout chase. Yeah, if you have a bunch of property there, I can understand. But I did not know this about the water supply.
So the first strategy is to create a international global jihad of the Shia against the American Empire. And it's already happening.
And it has. And we need to get there. See people like, oh, this Sunni shit. Like, bro, shut up. Shut up. Israel or the great Satan. They want you to be divided right now. Unification right now is crucial. Crucial. Ignore the differences. Oh, he just dropped. Oh, okay, we have to watch this. We have to. 15 minutes ago.
Have a nice break.
Okay, we have to. 15 minutes ago, Game Theory, the U.S.-Iran war. So he's back? Oh, he just did this lecture today. Hey, Varus, what's going on?
I hope everyone had a nice break and welcome back to the end of the world. So as you know, World War III has started.
There's not going to be captions. This is so new that the captions haven't even generated yet.
The United States and Israel have started to attack Iran. And we are now in the 4th day of this war. And we can expect this war to last for many weeks, possibly also for many years. But I promise you that after this war is done, the world will never be the same again. So what we will do these next few weeks is use game theory and understand and analyze the geopolitical situation. And so I'm going to teach you the ideas, the theories, the techniques to understand the world around you and make predictions. And we can know if our analysis is correct because all this is happening in real time. And so we can test it against reality. All right. So let's go over some basic facts about what's happened so far. So in the early morning of Saturday in Tehran, the Israelis and Americans launched a decapitation strike against the Ayatollah Khamenei, who is the supreme leader of Iran. Now, there are arguments and disputes about as to what happened.
Why do they keep saying decapitation? Everybody keeps picking that word like they didn't just decapitate people back in the day. Like, come on, bro. Like, your choice of words.
The Americans and Israelis said that they had real intelligence about where the leader was, and so they sent airplanes to just bomb the crap out of the place. They also had a spy who was able to record the body of the dead Ayatollah.
I think Jang, prediction, if this is predictive history, I think he's going to agree with my take that Khamenei allowed this to unite.
And then this was announced.
Through getting martyred.
First, the Iranians denied this, and the Iranians insisted he was still alive. But eventually, state media admitted that he did die in the airstrike. But then what they also said is that the Ayatollah, he's 86 years old, and he chose to die. He could have gone to Moscow, but instead he chose to stay in Tehran and die for his people. But not only that, but he died along many of his relatives. He died along with his daughter, his son-in-law, his grandchildren. So many of the family died in this assault. Also, there's been reporting that they have prostate cancer. Okay, so he was going to die fairly soon as well. So what you need to understand first about the war is that even though the Americans and the Israelis claim great success in decapitating the leadership of the Iranians, from the Iranian perspective, this is a martyrdom. Martyrdom, okay?
I think I got it right immediately. Did I?
And so the religion of the Iranians is called Shia Muslim. And this is different from Sunni Muslim.
Okay, so he's going to go into the difference between, well, about the Shias and how much they care about martyrdom, how important this is to them, and their warrior spirit. And he's going to talk about the differentiation about how the Epstein regime, they don't have that, about how the public is not on their side. And how even though Iran is outnumbered, even though Iran does not have the same financial capabilities, the fact that they have the warrior spirit is going to be a major advantage. Well, what did Vera say? I didn't see it.
So Sunnis are the majority. They're about 9% of all Muslims in the world. The Shia have always been the minority. And as such, they've always been persecuted. So in the Shia faith, the core value, the force that binds everyone together and gives them purpose and meaning in life, that galvanizes them into action, is the idea of martyrdom, which forces jihad. You sacrifice yourself for your religion, sacrifice yourself for the common good. So think of the death of Khamenei as a sacrifice, a self-sacrifice, in order to motivate the Iranians in this war, okay? So that's the first thing you need to understand. That for the Iranians, this is not a geopolitical war. This is not an economic war. This is not a war of resistance. This is a jihad, okay? It's a war against the great Satan to avenge their leader. They will fight to the death, all right? That's number one. Number two is this. Also that morning, when the Ayatollah was killed, the Israelis struck a school in the south of Tehran, killing about 150 school children.
170.
Girls in primary school. And again, there's a lot of debate and argument as to what happened. The Israelis said that, first of all, the school was next to a military base. We were targeting the military base. And second of all, it wasn't us which struck the school. It was a air defense missile that went off course. Okay? And the Iranians insisted no. The Israelis purposefully attacked the school to kill the school children. And then you're like, why would the Israelis do that? But then these few years, well, we've seen what they've done in Gaza.
They love killing kids. This is what they are. This is who they are. This is what they do. They love to kill children. It's their favorite activity.
Palestine to the Palestinians. And it's pretty
embarrassing. I did not see Mecca footage, mashallah.
Consistent what the Israelis have been doing. All right. So this action against the Israelis, it's meant to show to themselves and the world that we are now all in. Okay. We've made the sacrifice. We are now committed to this war, to winning this war at all costs. And this action has also provoked the Iranian people to resist with their full might. Okay. So I want you to keep this in mind. And again,
hey guys, I'll be right back. I'm taking my dog to the park, so I'll be back. If you guys are gone by then, just I hope you guys come back next time and keep hitting that like button and subscribe. If you're on X, just keep coming back, man. 4 to 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. at night. All right, and I usually be on in between sometimes when I have time. I have a lot of free time, so I appreciate you guys, man.
Yeah, we don't have complete evidence that it's the Israelis who did this, but given past actions from the Israelis, this is fairly consistent with what they've done.
Killing kids.
Okay, so we can assume that this is something the Israelis did. Why they did this, what the purpose is something we will discuss as we move on. Okay, it's very complicated.
Is Professor Zhang saying that Yids kill kids? What the Zhang?
Next, I want to show you this. This is Dubai. And Dubai is considered one of the wealthiest, safest cities in the world. There are thousands, tens of thousands of Westerners who move to Dubai because it's clean, you don't pay any taxes, you make a lot of money, and there are great restaurants. And this is really the economic model of Dubai. It's one of the GCC countries, okay, the Gulf coastal countries. And for the longest time, Dubai had a really good deal because they were under the protection of the American military. So they didn't have to pay for defense. And then they were in the Middle East, which is the oil producing center of the world. And so they focus on aviation. They focus on logistics. They focus on finance, on tourism. They become extremely wealthy, right? I'm not sure if you've taken Emirates, one of the best airlines in the world. So their airport, Dubai Airport, is the busiest in the world. And Dubai, for the longest time, was flourishing under American protection. And Dubai said to the world, listen, we're like Switzerland. We're neutral. We don't want any involvement in any wars. We're here just to take care of our citizens, to make sure everyone has a good time, to make money. And then right after the war started, the Iranians attacked the GCC, okay? Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, they attacked these places. And these places were like, what's going on? We're neutral, man. We're not involved in this war. And the airport was shut down in Dubai. At one point, the rich people in Dubai were willing to pay about $250,000 US just to get on a plane and get out of there. Okay? So the reality is this. For the longest time, Dubai had a reputation for being safe, and that's why people moved their money there.
My name is Miranda Beckner, and I'm a Pima Medical student. I have always had the support from Pima Medical. Now I'm way more confident. They care about my success. I want my kids to know that anything in life is possible. I'm going to school to provide something better for them. I feel like I have the world in the palm of my hands.
Learn hands-on medical skills and life skills to start your healthcare career with confidence.
You can do this too. Start now at pmi.edu.
You have it listen, you type it in, and then you go digging.
You literally just drag it in, and it'll be an audio clip.
This plugin is especially sick because, like, as soon as you put something in, it's a limitless amount of potential ideas.
Type in cello, hit find samples, and it will automatically find them synced to 184 BPM and D minor.
Yes, come on. And the fact that I don't have to go to another place and look for a sample, it helps my flow so much.
Co-producer plus arcade. Those two together is like a superhero team up. Generate sampler. So now the sample is chopped up and routed to different keys on a keyboard. Let's record that.
It'll take you from here to here. Yeah, to up there. Yep. Co-producer.
Guess what, guys?
I wrote that exactly before you even said it. Dubai, the reputation of being the safest city in the world. And unfortunately, I like Dubai. This is going to be a major, major downside to its reputation. I don't think people can confidently say it's the safest city in the world again. And I'm wondering if Chang is going to say it, but so many influencers there. This war, Iran's clout chasing. They got a lot of the Dubai influencers to do damage control and try to fix that reputation. And I saw a post, I'm not sure if it's true, saying that you are not allowed to film the attacks. Don't film the attacks. And you can understand why. If it's a tourist economy and the airport's the busiest in the world, how important it is for them to maintain that reputation by not filming the destruction.
Guys, after what the Iranians did, it's dead. Dubai as a city, in the long term, it is dead. Because if you're a wealthy Westerner, you're not going to move to a place where it could be attacked anytime by the Iranians. You might move to Singapore, you might move to Hong Kong, Japan, South America, but you're not moving to Dubai, okay? So the big question for us is, why do the Iranians do this? If it was the Israelis and Americans who attacked you, why go after the GCC, all right? And not only that, but they're escalating the attacks against the GCC. This is something that we will look at very closely today. Well, the short answer is because these places, even though they pretend to be neutral, they house the American military. They allow the Israelis and the Americans to use their airspace to attack Iran from. All right? So this is Bahrain. Now, Bahrain is interesting, okay? Because I want you guys to remember this. But Bahrain will probably be one of the major centers of this conflict. Because, first of all, this is the American Fifth Fleet. Right? This is their naval base in the Middle East. And as you can see, the Iranians are attacking it with missiles. And it's being blown up. Bahrain is interesting because it has about 50% or even more, okay, Shia, which is the religion of the Iranians. but the people in charge are the Sunnis. And so what makes this strike really important from our perspective is, first of all, not only are the Iranians attacking US military assets, not only are they destroying the economies of the GCC, but they're also trying to ignite a religious war, right? Because you're Shia, you're loyal to the Ayatollah. And if he's dead, then you must, as a religious obligation, now commit jihad against your enemies. And it's no different in other religions where, listen, if you want to kill the Pope, the Catholics would be really angry at you and they would want to kill you.
Yeah,
right?
Ayatollah is like the Pope.
So now you have the Shia who will probably eventually arise, creating a revolution in Bahrain, okay? So I think Bahrain will be the first to fall. Dubai will probably go bankrupt, okay? But in the long term, we can expect the entire GCC area,
Dubai going bankrupt,
including Saudi Arabia, to eventually collapse, okay? And so this is something we'll use game theory to understand. All right, let's continue. So we will know how this war develops just based on geography, okay? So this is a map. And this map, even if you don't really know the war, even if you don't know the participants, even if you don't know the weaponry, this map will tell you exactly how this war will progress. All right, so some certain things to keep in mind about this map. This is what we call this area, okay? Really small about. It's 33 kilometers wide, okay? People can swim across it. It's really, really
33. The Strait of Hormuz.
Narrow, okay? This small area, guys, it's called the Strait of Hormuz. All right?
Hormuz is closed.
And it's important because
20% of the world's
it's really
oil.
the center of the world. This one area is the nexus, the pivot of the world. Let me explain why. First of all, from the GCC, you have 20% of all the world's oil flowing through this narrow strait.
Yep.
Where does it go, guys? It goes to Asia, India, Pakistan, South Korea,
and Europe,
China, Japan. India depends on 60% of its oil from this area. China depends on 40%. Japan, 75%. Prime Minister Takeichi of Japan has said that, listen, if the Strait of Hormuz closes, we'll run out of oil in about 8-9 months. The entire Japanese economy would collapse in 8-9 months if the Strait of Hormuz were to close. And guess what? The Iranians have closed the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? So we can expect that the entire global economy will suffer greatly over the next few months. All right, so that's point number one. Point number two is, okay, so the GCC sends oil across the Strait of Hormuz, and what do they get back in return? Food, guys. All right, so people don't appreciate the GCC, but it is really the linchpin of the American empire. Because what is the American empire? The American empire is the petrodollar. All right, the idea of the petrodollar is this: the US dollar is worth nothing. It's only valuable if people want it. But the GCC says that if you want oil from us, you have to pay us in US dollars. Okay, then that is the basis of the value of the US dollar. So if the GCC collapses, the American economy and the American empire both collapse at the same time. The problem, though, is the GCC is an artificial construct of empire. It does not exist naturally. Why? Because there's no food, there's no oil, no water. Okay, guys? No food, no water. So these cities are able to grow in the millions because of all these petrodollars flowing in. If you close off the Strait of Hormuz, there's no food coming in, right? They're all going to starve. How much food does the GCC get from overseas? 80%.
Oh my
80%
God.
of all the food it consumes comes from overseas, that it imports. It does not grow by itself, it imports. All right? So the Strait of Hormuz is really key. And again, the Iranians will close it in order to strangle the global economy and therefore bankrupt the American empire. All right? Second thing you will notice is these mountains. These mountains is what we call Iran. All right, this is Iran.
Mountainous region, they need to deploy
This
troops.
is GCC.
American empire will not know how to invade.
This is not a fair matchup, right? Because these are mountains. And what can you do in mountains? We can hide rocket bases. You can hide drone bases. You can hide missiles. And that's the entire Iranian offensive strategy, all right? From here, they can hide missiles and drones from which to attack the GCC. And what are they attacking? They're attacking three things, right? They're attacking American military bases. American military bases. That's number one. Okay, is it possible for the Iranians to defend against these attacks? The answer is no. It's not. It's the silliest thing in the world. You have all these bases in the Middle East, but you cannot defend them against the Iranians. That's kind of strange. Okay, but that's number one. Number two is oil and energy. How hard is it to blow up an oil field with a drone? Not hard at all. Can you defend these oil fields? No, you cannot. All right. Number three, and the most important, is water. Okay, you guys don't know this, but the GCC has little access to fresh water. So the only way that it can produce water is what we call desalination plants. Okay, these factories that take salt water and then through an electrochemical process turn it into fresh water for the population to use. 60% of the water supply in the GCC comes from desalination plants. Okay, 60%. Is it hard to blow up a desalination plant using a drone? The answer is it's very easy. You understand? Okay? So you have this absurd situation where Iran is a mountain fortress where it can hide its offensive capacity, and the GCC, it's just this desert, this flat desert, and it is exposed to attack, and there's nothing it can do about it. Okay?
Oh my God.
So at any point in this war, the Iranians can choose to just destroy the entire GCC, and there's nothing that anyone can do about it. Okay, but Iran also has a weakness, okay? And this is fundamental. So Iran also has a water problem, okay? So for the longest time, they suffered a drought issue, okay? Just climate change. And so what the plan of the Israelis and Americans is destroy the water supply of the Iranians. Because the fortress, it is a mountain fortress, but it can also be a mountain prison as well, where people are trapped inside with no access to water. Okay, so what we're going to see right now, we're already seeing attacks on civilian infrastructure, hospitals. In the future, you'll see attacks on water supply, on dams, on reservoirs.
Just like Gaza.
Power plants. The idea is to make Iran so inhabitable that the people will have to rebel against the people, or there'll be a refugee crisis in Iran. Okay? So as you can see from this map, this war, it is the end of the world. Okay? Both sides have the potential to destroy each other. It's really a question of how far do they want to go?
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you, while keeping you in the loop, so you can keep chasing this feeling. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
Are you starting a business? Do you need a logo? Design.com offers the world's #1 AI logo generator and a massive library of beautiful logo designs handmade by designers from around the world. Just enter your business name and boom, you'll get thousands of logo ideas in seconds. Whether you're launching a beauty salon, an e-commerce business, or a cafe, Design.com has a logo for you. Once you find a logo you like, Design.com offers an easy-to-use logo editor tool that's free to try. You can edit the colors, layouts, and fonts of the logo until it's perfect and ready to download. Once you get your logo, Design.com can also help you get a website, business cards, and social media designs. Visit Design.com today and get the perfect logo for your dream business.
All right? We can also say this is almost a game of chicken. Okay? We can blow each other up. How far do you want to go? And the problem is this. The problem is that the Iranians are Shia.
Here we go.
Which believes in martyrdom. And you've killed the religious leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei. So they're willing to go very, very far. The GCC countries are Muslim, but they're materialistic. They love money. And also, most of the population are expatriates, foreigners. 90% of Dubai are foreigners. Guess what's going to happen if they suffer? They're going to run away. Okay? So this is not a fair matchup. The big question that people have is, first of all, are the Americans going to use ground troops? Because the only way that you can defeat Iran is by using ground troops, okay? That's a big question we'll look at in the next few weeks. Will America send its army, 500,000, 2 million soldiers to topple the government? Okay, that's question number one. Question number two, nuclear weapons. If you're losing a war, would you choose to use nuclear weapons? Okay, that's another big question that
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Another big question that we have
because of Russia.
Who gets involved? Because this situation is so dire that Europe, okay, specifically Germany, France,
and the UK
Britain, are talking about entering this war.
Yep.
They already what?
UK has.
If that happens, it is possible that Russia and China
will retaliate and join into
this war on the side of the Iranians.
Look at all the key players.
Okay? Because of the importance of the Strait of Hormuz, because of the importance of the Middle East, everyone has to get involved at some point. And we're going to use game theory to really try to understand what's happening on the ground and where this could lead us. Okay? All right. You guys understand? All right. All right. Let's continue. Okay, so again, there are American bases all over the Middle East. And originally, these bases were established to protect them from basically their own people. Okay? These are monarchies that were imposed on these nations by the Anglo-American Empire, the British first, and then the Americans came to support these monarchies. And so they provide defense. But then you're like, wait a minute here. I mean, didn't we just say that these American bases can actually defend these people, that they're exposed? And the answer is yes, that's true. But remember that the American military was built during the Cold War. Okay? And the Cold War was a war between the Soviet Union and
United States.
America. And so the Cold War was defined as something called MAD, mutually assured destruction, because both had nuclear weapons, okay? So they didn't really go to war against each other. And so in other words, these bases aren't really meant to defend these nations from other enemies. They're really meant to impose American authority in the Middle East.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? And it's the idea of this. It's the idea that empire, it is really a image. It is a hallucination. It's just an idea. Empire is it's an aura of invisibility and invisibility, okay? If you fear it, then you obey it. But it's not really designed to fight a war, okay? And so that's why we have this absurd situation. And because there are so many bases in the GCC, that gives the Iranians the perfect pretext to attack them and destroy the GCC economy, which will destroy the American empire, right? All right, so this is how the war is shaping out, okay? So the red is the Israelis and the Americans. The yellow are the Iranians. And as you can see, the Iranians are attacking everywhere, primarily Israel, okay? But also, as you can see, a lot of focus on Bahrain and Qatar. And again, the intention is to destabilize the economy and the government. Okay? It's to try to get as much instability as possible.
This year, we opened 2 new restaurants while running, how many?
5 others.
5 other restaurants. So we turned to Upwork. We found freelance pros to help with branding, digital menus, even AI tools to streamline operations. It was fast, affordable, and honestly a huge weight off our shoulders. Through platforms like Upwork, we found some freelance creatives who absolutely nailed our logo. Let me show you. Look at our logo. They also help with our menus. Where's our menu? They look amazing.
Incredible job.
What's really nice is that you only pay for what you need. There's no overhead. There's no long-term commitment. That kind of flexibility is what small business owners need.
The truth is, small business owners can really do big things. You just have to know how to get there, how to accomplish these things.
And asking for help, that's one strategy that we use all the time. Trying to build a small business or start something from scratch, don't let a small team or small budget stop you. Post a job today at Upwork.com.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys,
Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch.
I gotta make a call.
I'll be right back.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator.
Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule. Since no one seems to care.
You guys built a
I just
performance
created a
manager.
goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage content? Is the SOC 2 compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean? All right. Okay, and as you can see, the Americans and Israelis are focused on Tehran. And so the Americans and the Israelis use something we call shock and awe. And the very idea of shock and awe is you decapitate the enemy. You cut off the head, the body will fall down, okay?
What did you say shock and awe was last time? It was a strategy used, it was developed around the war on terror, right? Shock and awe. He said last time, 2003, U.S. changed military action to shock and awe. No longer following the old principles, using air supremacy, intelligence agencies, with hubris and arrogance in American military. So I'll just say just really brutal warfare. The problem, though, is, again, the Iranians see this as a religious war. And so the Iranians have announced total war. Okay? And so what this means is that right now, command and control in Iran is decentralized. There's no one person telling everyone what to do. Every region has its own orders, has its own strategy. And so if you knock out Tehran, everyone else keeps on going. So if you take off the head, it doesn't change anything. Okay? But unfortunately, the Israelis and Americans use this as a military doctrine. Military doctrine just means how you design your military for what purpose. And so even though the Americans seem like an invincible army, they are not equipped to fight a 21st century war against drones, against destabilization, against religious fanatics. Okay? They're just not. Right? But unfortunately, because of military doctrine, they're going to keep on attacking Tehran. Now, the great irony of all this is that the Iranians who would be most supportive of regime change, actually in the if you assassinate Khamenei. So all it does is strengthen the people.
Cities, because they are educated, they're progressive. The people who are most fundamentally against you, will fight you to the death, are religious fanatics, Shia militants living in the rural areas.
You know what?
Okay?
Updates on the war have happened today. Also, everyone read
What updates on the war?
Revelation
I've just been doing
2:9
it. What a 6-hour stream on it. What do you mean? What updates on the war? You came in now and you want me to stop everything and explain it to you? Watch the VOD.
A really silly thing where you are actually destroying those who will most likely support you, and you're leaving alone those who are most likely to commit jihad against you. All right? Any questions so far, guys? Are you clear? All right. So another idea that I want you guys to understand is the idea of asymmetry. Asymmetry. All right. So what is asymmetry? Asymmetry means that the two sides are choosing to fight different wars using different techniques because one is much stronger than the other. Okay. America is a great empire. It has unlimited resources. It has the USD. It controls the world, right? Iran is a country that has been under economic sanctions for the past 45 years. It's poor. Its technology is very limited, okay? But as we learn in this class, actually, those nations that are poor actually have more energy. They're more open, and they're more cohesive. All right, so let me give an example. This is what we call the Shahad drones. Shahad drones. Each of these drones costs $50,000 at most, okay? At most. It can go as cheap as $35,000 US. But one of them is $50,000. As you can see, you can fit a lot of these drones to a truck that can go anywhere in Iran, and they can hide anywhere. All right? So the thing to understand is, first of all, these drones are cheap. They're easy to make. They make about 500 a day. Okay? And estimates are about there's 80,000 right now that the Iranians have. So they can go on for a long, long time. Okay, and one of these drones, again, can knock out a desalination plant, it can knock out an oil field, it can knock out a hotel, it can do a lot of damage. Okay, and it's easily transportable. You can hide it anywhere. You can use it from anywhere. Okay, and that's what the Iranians are using as an offensive weapon. And how do the Americans defend against this? They use something called a THAAD.
Looking to hire? Medical staff, tech support, kitchen help, freight managers, you name it. ZipRecruiter delivers candidates with the right skills and experience fast. So fast that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate on day one. ZipRecruiter uses powerful matching technology to find the best talent for your business. Spend less time searching for quality candidates and more time growing your business with the right people. Find who you're looking for faster. Try for free at ZipRecruiter.com.
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
Right? Right, guys. This is what they use. THAAD. THAAD stands for Thermal High Altitude Air Defense. And they also have like Patriot systems. There's a lot, okay? The thing that you need to know about the system is it's really expensive. This missile, guys, costs $1 million. $1 million. So there's this $50,000 drone coming your way, and you throw a $1 million missile at it, okay? And often these missiles miss, so you have to throw 2 or 3 missiles at it, okay? So you're spending $2 to $3 million on each $50,000 that the Iranians spend. That's kind of silly. Second thing you'll notice is that this thing is really big and really slow. And therefore, you can't really move it around. Therefore, it's pretty easy for the Iranians to spot where this is and attack it. And then when these things blow up, that's a lot of money, guys. Okay? Then you're like, what? But this makes no sense. You know the Iranians have drones. They've had drones for like 10 years. You've also seen drones used in the Russia-Ukraine war to devastating effect. Why don't the Americans know this? Why did they prepare?
Hubris,
and again, it has to do with military doctrine. Because military doctrine determines how you fight a war, it determines on your bureaucracy, and it determines how you spend your resources, okay? And unfortunately, the Americans are used to fighting something called the Cold War, right? In the Cold War, because you can actually fight the war. You can actually use, kill each other because then people use nuclear weapons. The Cold War was about flexing. Flexing, okay? You see how big and powerful I am? Me, okay? That's all it was. These weapon systems are designed to scare the crap out of you. They are designed to impress you. And as a result, they cost a lot of money. They don't do anything, all right? So that's the entire American military. It costs a lot, and it doesn't really do anything. And it's not resilient. It's not innovative. It's not open. All right. Also, the other thing I have to say this, okay, is if you look at the American military, it's corrupt. So this is really about corruption. So the Americans don't really care about winning a war. What they care about is spending as much money as possible, because then they get a cut. It doesn't make sense. Right? And that's why the Americans are in the situation as they are. All right, let's continue. All right. So something that people don't really talk about, but you need to understand, it's the water issue in the GCC, in the Middle East, in Iraq. All right. So this is a map of the world. And if you are light blue, Brazil, Canada, you have nothing to worry about because you have a lot of water, a lot of fresh water, very little population. All right.
There's a lot of people in Brazil.
100% just means 100% water stress just means that you drink as much water as the environment produces. Okay? So you want to be below 100% to be sustainable. Ideally, you want to be at 10%, okay? If it goes above 100%, it means that you are drinking more water, using more water than the environment actually produces. Okay, so you're putting stress on the environment. So 20% is really bad, right? Because you're using twice as much water as the environment produces. Guess what, guys? Look at the Middle East, okay? Egypt, 6,420%. Saudi Arabia, 883%. All right? Bahrain, almost 4,000%. Dubai, 17,000%.
What?
All right? So water is a huge issue. Again, it doesn't matter if Iran kills American soldiers, destroys American military. It doesn't have to do that. All it has to do is destroy the desalination plants. And then the GCC is destroyed, okay? But it's also true that Iran...
Imagine the people who have all this Dubai real estate, how they're feeling right now. That makes sense. The war is going to be over in 24 hours. Top Boy saying, 40, it's just a clout chase. Yeah, if you have a bunch of property there, I can understand. But I did not know this about the water supply.
Has water issues. 72% is pretty bad. Okay? So even though the Iranians could destroy...
Maybe my tech teams in Israel will save my water supply.
The GCC much faster than the Americans could destroy Iran. Iran is still in trouble, okay? So let me give you an example of this. This is like... So this is another map that shows you the issue of water scarcity, okay? It's just basically the Middle East, okay? The biggest issue in the future is water.
Shia regime are directly responsible for death of millions of Muslims. They only betray us.
Okay, what do you want me to... Okay, what's going on right now? What's going on right now? Let's focus on this, huh?
The biggest issue in the future is water. Okay, and that's where the geopolitical tensions will rise in the future over water.
A lot of people are saying there could be, it's just a separate conversation.
India is also affected as well, okay? All right. So let's look at the map, guys. This is called Lake Urmia in northern Iran. It's the 6th largest saltwater lake in the world, or it used to be. Okay, this is what it was in 1984. This is the shallow, this is the deep, okay? You guys see that? It's really big, right? 20 years later, guys, this is what it looks like. There's no more water here. You can walk from here over to there, okay? There's some water over here, but it's shallow now. That's how serious the water issue is in Iran. And that's the weak point that the Americans and the Israelis will attack, all right? They want to make sure that Iran has no access to fresh water, which will cause devastation in their nation. Okay, that's strategy number one. Strategy number two is this. This is a map of the different ethnic minorities in Iran. As you can see, it's a very diverse place. In the center are the Persians, but you also have 10 other groups as well. And in the borderlands, it's basically a different country, right? Like, these are basically different countries. And so these places have more common areas with their neighbors than they do with
Muslims.
Oh my God, dude! It's okay. Well, what cry about, bro? I mean, look, if that's true, that's bad. But like, oh my, what do you want me to do? You want me to join Israel and attack Iran? Like, what are you talking about?
Iran. Okay, so the second weakness of Iran. The first is the water. The second is the ethnic makeup of the country. So the strategy of the Americans and the Israelis moving forward is destroy Iran as a coherent nation state divided into ethnic enclaves and fight over water. That is the grand plan of the Israelis and the Americans, okay? All right, this is the vision where Persia is limited and then all these other places are sponsored by the Americans and the Israelis. They're given money, they're given weapons, they're given political support, and then this war will wage over water forever, okay? And this is how you destroy Iran and make sure Iran is no longer a viable threat to you. That is the plan of the Americans. Okay? As you can see, it's a pretty evil plan. And that's why they have not announced it. Right? Because if you announce it, you're like, why are you doing this? What did the Persians, what did the Iranians ever do to you to warrant you coming and destroying their civilization? And the answer is nothing. Right? So the Americans and Israelis will never admit they're doing this. But if you look at the map of water supply, of ethnic tensions, this is the optimal game theory strategy for them to use against Iran. Okay, does that make sense? This is a long-term plan that they have in place. And it's all moving towards this plan. But now the question then is, how can the Iranians respond to this? And the answer is this. This is a map of the Muslim world. Okay? So the light green are the Sunni people. Okay? That's 90% of the entire Muslim population, about 2 billion people. Okay? Then you have in dark green the Shia. So as you can see, the main place of the Shia is Iran. Okay? Iran is one of the few Shia nations in the world. But you can also see from this map that Shia are spread throughout the world. Okay? And so the first thing that the Iranians want to do is create a jihad to unite all the Shia against the American empire. Right?
Khomeini allowed the attack to happen. Let's see.
So what they want to do is create an uprising. And it's already happening, guys. The Shia in Pakistan stormed the American embassy in Pakistan, and the Americans killed a lot of people, okay? The Shia have attacked the American embassy in Iraq. The American embassy are being attacked in a lot of places, right? So the first strategy is to create an international global jihad of the Shia against the American empire. And it's already happening. It will continue for a long time, because the Americans have killed the Ayatollah Khamenei, okay? And that requires vengeance. The other thing, though, is that it can unify the Muslim world.
And it has. And we need to get there. See people like, oh, this Sunni shit. Like, bro, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Israel or the great Satan, they want you to be divided right now. Look at the way Pakistan has responded. Even Indian Muslims have responded. People in Yemen, people in Afghanistan. These people, unification right now is crucial. Crucial. Ignore the differences. What is Israel doing? What's their greater plan? Focus on the great Satan.
This map, most of the Muslim world is actually run by dictatorships that are not popular at all, okay? And they're allowed to exist because of the American empire, right? You go to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Algeria, these places, they're all run by clients of the American empire.
Al-Qaeda.
Right? So if you rally the people who hate their governments and you overthrow them, then that makes Iran the leader of
you can unite
the Islamic world. That's just
the
Shia.
Prophet's wife and call her a whore.
They don't, okay, these autistic schizos, you're not going to do anything. Just, just like, go join the Jewish supremacists, bro. Have fun.
World, but the leader of the Islamic world. Not just Shia world, but the Islamic world. And this creates something called Pax Islamica. That is the end goal, guys. Okay? If you do that, then you don't have to worry about the Americans and the Israelis anymore. Right? So the Israeli game plan, the American game plan, is to fracture Iran into ethnic enclaves, and they'll fight over water for the rest of their lives, and they'll all die. The Iranian game plan is to create a religious war, a crusade that unifies the Shia people, that overthrows the American empire and establishes something called the Pax Islamica. All right? All right. Establishes something called the Pax Islamica. All
right? Jang the goat.
So, again, the key is the GCC. All right? So the game plan is this. You have to destroy the GCC. Why? Because the GCC is the linchpin of the American empire. So what the GCC does is this. It sells oil, and then for US dollars. Where does it put US dollars? It puts US dollars into the American stock market. All right, so this is investments of the UAE, okay, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait into the US financial markets. As you can see, from 2012 up to today, it's been exploding.
Oh my.
All right?
So this goes against the theory that GCC keep saying, oh, we're neutral, we're neutral, we're neutral, we're neutral. But if the entire economy is benefiting what people in Iran think is the great Satan, you can completely understand why they think that they're traitors. Not only traitors, they're not neutral, but siding with the enemy and working for them.
Because the US financial markets is one of the safest places where you can put your money. The intention is this. The intention is, hey, if I cut off oil and these countries no longer have access to US dollars, they're forced to spend whatever resources they have on protecting themselves, okay? And then guess what happens? The stock market collapses. The stock market collapses. The stock market is the real growth engine of the US economy. The entire US economy collapses with it. All right? There are about maybe 7 companies in America that accounts for about a quarter of stock market growth, okay? These 7 companies, of course, are all AI companies. NVIDIA,
others,
Microsoft, Google, Apple, okay? These are the companies, and then these companies are heavily invested in by the GCC nations. So if these nations are no longer able to invest in the stock market, these companies will collapse in value. And with that, that would lead to economic depression in America. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so that is the situation for today. Today was just an overview, guys, okay? I know we covered a lot. I know there's a lot to take in, but over the next few weeks, we will explore each issue in depth and really understand what's really going on, okay? All right, so any questions, guys?
Come on, did you think Khamenei allowed this to happen?
Any questions about what we've just learned?
What are the questions? Amber, ask a question. We miss you, Amber.
Okay.
Bro, we got the collab in
if other
6
countries
days.
such as Italy, France, China, or Russia, they have also joined this war, like what's the cause of they joined the war? Because of oil or those resources?
Okay.
A lot of it's about empire, right? US using nukes will establish them as the big daddy of the world like it did after World War II. Russia does not want that. China does not want that. They want expansion of their empire.
Okay. So I don't want to spend too much time on this question because we will explore this question as we move along, okay? So the question is, what brings the world into this conflict? And the easy answer is just oil access, energy access, okay? They need to protect their energy supplies. Because remember, it's a very complicated situation because Europe is now fighting Russia. So Europe is not buying any oil resources, energy resources from Russia. Therefore, it depends a lot on the GCC. So the GCC is not providing them energy, then Europe will go bankrupt. Okay, so Europe needs to enter this war on behalf of Americans. Okay, and then Russia, which cannot allow Iran to fall because if Iran falls, then they'll come after Russia next. Right? China is actually neutral. China's okay with either scenario. But that's just the way that the Chinese system is set up. Okay, so we're going to explore this question as we move along.
It seems like China's leaning towards Iran. It seems like China's leaning towards Iran, but they probably partially want U.S. to war with Iran so that they both lose power. But
it's a very complicated issue. All right? Okay? And each nation will have its own different strategic interests to consider. Right? And what we need to know, what we need to figure out is that this war in the Middle East is actually connected to the Ukraine war. And as we move along, I'll show you how these two things connect together. Okay? Any other questions, guys?
Amber, speak up.
So we'll continue this discussion on Thursday, okay?
Great video. I think the major let's quickly go over the notes. I'm going to post them in the Twitter community. Join Love Speech now. The U.S.-Iran war. I will format this for... Professor Jang, Game Theory. Iranian state media first denied, then admitted Khamenei dead. He died along with his family, did not hide in Moscow. He died like a martyr. I don't need to put that. Well, BB hiding Germany. Oh, it doesn't fit. Shia minority of Muslims always been persecuted. Jihad, sacrificing yourself for your religion. Allah Akbar! For Iranians, this is a war against the great Satan. This is a fight to the death. Israelis struck a girls' school and killed 150. I've seen it's been up to 170. That's why parentheses. Israel's claim was a misfire, but no, they love killing kids. I'll put that. According to Zhang, he's saying Yids kill kids. Israelis were showing the world that they are all in by bombing that school. Dubai reputation being the safest city in the world. The GCC countries, the Gulf coastal countries, under protection of American military. The tourist economy focused on aviation. I'll say GCC run by tourist economy. Tourist economy. Aviation like Emirates. Emirates is a great airline. It has the busiest airport in the world. I'll put Dubai. Dubai's busiest airport in the world. Flourish under U.S. protection. GCC claims neutrality, but heavily allied with the U.S. Iran attacks GCC. Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, Qatar. Airport shut down in Dubai after attacks. Rich people spending $250,000 to escape Dubai. John claims Dubai is dead and will not contain rich immigrants again. GCC will collapse and Dubai will go bankrupt. 20% of world's oil comes from the Strait of Hormuz. India gets 60% of its oil from Hormuz. Iranians close the Strait of Hormuz. Entire world economy will suffer from strait closing. That's why, again, my theory, and it seemed like I was vindicated, was that Venezuela regime change was done to get the oil to supplement the loss from the oil in the Strait of Hormuz. American empire is based on the petrodollar. You have to buy oil based on the petrodollar. GCC and American empire based on this oil and petrol. The GCC gets 80% of its food from overseas. No food is developed in the region. Strait of Hormuz strangles global economy. Iran can hide missile bases in its mountainous region. U.S. cannot defend against attacks on U.S. military bases. Drones can easily attack oil fields. So they can easily destroy the U.S. economy, and U.S. can't do nothing about it. 60% of the GCC water supply comes from plants. Does not develop any natural water at all. It's easy for Iran to attack their water supply. GCC cannot do anything about these attacks. They can't actually defend themselves. U.S./Israel plan to destroy Iran's water supply. This is the other game theory. They plan to get Iranians to starve and have them rebel against their own government or against people. Because, well, I'll say government. This war could be the end of the world. GCC is a materialist society compared to jihad Shias in Iran. The only way U.S.-Israel could destroy Iran is with troops on the ground. Russia, China will get involved if the U.S.-Israel uses nukes. So there's a lot of key players right now. Also remind yourself that the UK, France, Germany, all getting involved as well, saying that they're going to join U.S.-Israel. U.S. bases were established in the GCC to protect the people against monarchy. American military was built during the Cold War, MAD. I don't remember what this stands for. What does MAD stand for again? What does MAD stand for? Empire is an illusion, an idea, not designed to fight a war. Militia, mutually assured destruction. Is that? I don't believe you. Oh yeah, you're right. Mutually assured destruction. Oh, it's just not going to fit. Military was built during Cold War. Empire solution, idea, not designed to fight a war. U.S./Israel focused on Tehran. Shock and awe. Developed after Iraq. Also war on terror. Versus Iranian total war. Shock and awe, take off the head of the enemy. The enemy being Tehran/Khamenei. The capital, the top. But the problem is, U.S. military action will make them focus on Tehran. Attacking Tehran inspires the rest of Iran. Taking off the head does not actually help you win. The idea of asymmetry, both sides choosing to fight in different ways. Iran been under American sanctions for 40 years. Poor countries are more cohesive compared to materialistic countries. Drones are cheap to make, 50K. Iran has 80,000 currently. THAAD is thermal Air Force systems, really expensive. Used by U.S. Israel. THAAD missiles cost $1 million each. Iran uses drones, much more cost effective. THAAD much harder to transfer around compared to cheap drones. They're very heavy. Cold War was against you. Cold War was Soviets against U.S. The war was flexing power. War was flexing their power. Expensive weapons are designed to scare the enemy. Expensive weapons are designed to scare the enemy, not to be effective in actual warfare. They're wasting money on expensive equipment and goy beams. Corruption. Americans don't care about winning. Ideally, you consume 10% of your water supply. Middle East is consuming 800 to 17,000% of their water supply. Lake Urmia in Northern Iran depleted of water since the 80s. This weak point of Lake Urmia will be attacked by U.S. Israel. Iran separated by many ethnic groups and regions. Different groups of Iran will fight each other over water. U.S. Israel strategy. He's fit. There we go. U.S. Israel long-term game plan is to destroy the water to get around and fight each other. They won't admit this. Won't admit this because it's reprehensible. Iran's strategy to establish global jihad against the Great Satan, most of the Muslim world run by unpopular dictatorships installed by U.S. Iran goal is to unify the Muslim world against U.S. regime through jihad. Pax Islamica united under Iran. GCC sells oil through the U.S. dollars to benefit Wall Street. Well, I said Wall Street, said U.S. stock market. Well, Wall Street's another way to say that. I'll just say Wall Street, sure. Stock market collapses. Stock market collapsing would destroy U.S. economy. GCC heavily invests in stock market dominated by AI, Microsoft, Apple. Perfect. I'm going to post these notes right now. Great video. Look forward to our collab real soon.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, America's most watched newscast. Now streaming same day with all the breaking news of the day on Disney Plus. Most watched, most trusted. Now on Disney Plus every night.
Tonight, the breaking news as we come on the air, the U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran. And late today, President Trump confirming Iran's supreme leader is dead. The U.S. and Israel launching a wide-scale assault in broad daylight. Airstrikes targeting Tehran, including the Supreme Leader's compound and multiple other sites. From Iran tonight, reports of a girls' school being hit. Tonight, President Trump claiming, quote, a lot of the leadership is largely gone. Telling our Rachel Scott, we believe the Supreme Leader is dead and that much of their leaders are gone. Not only from that one site, but from two other sites the U.S. attacked. The president telling ABC News, quote, much of their important areas militarily and otherwise have been absolutely destroyed. Smoke and flames rising from the Capitol tonight. Iranian state TV reporting more than 200 killed, hundreds wounded. And President Trump's stark warning to the American people once the attack was underway.
The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
The president tonight now calling on the Iranian people to seize control of their government. Iran retaliating against the U.S., Israel, and multiple Arab nations. A missile hitting near the U.S. Navy base in Bahrain. What we're now learning about the size of the operation following a massive U.S. military buildup across the region. The U.S. forces involved, and what is the mission's end goal? And when Rachel asked the president about who leads Iran next, he said, "I don't want to explain. We have a very beautiful plan." Ian Pannell live in the region tonight. Martha Raddatz live in Washington. And Rachel Scott live right here on her conversation with the president. Also, President Trump vowing the massive campaign will devastate Iran's military and nuclear program. Tonight, back in the U.S., lawmakers from both parties questioning the U.S. military attack without congressional approval. Mary Roos live at the White House. Across the U.S. tonight, police on heightened alert. The concerns about possible retaliatory attacks. Police deployed to churches, synagogues, and train stations. Aaron Katersky and Pierre Thomas both standing by tonight. And Iran's warning tonight to oil tankers sailing through the Strait of Hormuz. Roughly 20% of the world's oil passing through. What this could mean for oil and gas prices in the U.S. So tonight here, how long will this operation last? What the president told ABC News about that. A special edition of World News Tonight begins now.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with David Muir.
Good evening on this Saturday night. We do begin tonight with the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran. A short time ago, President Trump confirming Iran's supreme leader is dead, calling him one of the most evil people in history. President Trump urging the Iranian people to take control over their government now. The images coming in for hours now, the U.S. and Israel launching a joint assault on at least 9 cities in Iran. The U.S. launching fighter jets, missiles, and drones after a massive U.S. military buildup across the region. Smoke and flames across Tehran tonight, airstrikes hitting multiple targets, including the Supreme Leader's compound. Iran also claiming a girls' school was hit, the U.S. investigating those claims tonight. The 86-year-old Ayatollah Ali Khamenei served as Supreme Leader since 1989, the leader of Iran for 35 years. In Iran tonight, the Supreme National Security Council warning the, quote, shameless Americans will regret their actions. Iran retaliating against the U.S., Israel, and multiple Arab nations. An Iranian missile hitting near the U.S. Navy base in Bahrain. An Iranian drone striking a hotel in Dubai, a large fire burning at the entrance. The United Arab Emirates reporting 1 person was killed by falling debris. In Israel at this hour, they report 1 person dead from Iranian attacks, more than 20 injured. Several Iranian missiles have been intercepted. Tonight, the White House now releasing photos showing President Trump and his team monitoring the operation at Mar-a-Lago. The president late today saying, quote, a lot of the leadership is largely gone, and, quote, much of their important areas militarily and otherwise have been absolutely destroyed. Our Rachel Scott was on the phone with the president as he was meeting with his generals, and she asked who leads Iran next. How the president answered. We have team coverage tonight. ABC's chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell leading us off from the region tonight.
Tonight, the stunning announcement from President Trump. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead, believed to have been killed in that massive U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran today. President Trump posting late today, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. Satellite imagery showing extensive damage to the Supreme Leader's compound, buildings leveled, smoke billowing from the scene. Video posted online showing celebrations in Iran after news Khamenei had been killed. The 86-year-old cleric had served as Iran's supreme leader since 1989. President Trump telling our Rachel Scott he believes many of Iran's top leaders were also killed. Israel saying just hours ago that it would continue to target the regime until it's been eliminated. In the early morning hours today, President Trump releasing this 8-minute pre-recorded message laying out his case for war.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people.
Waves of explosions rocking Tehran for hours. Screams of horror in the street, cars and buildings in flames. The White House releasing images of the president monitoring the strikes in real time. A source telling ABC News the joint US-Israeli strike was meticulously planned for months and is expected to last days. The brazen daylight assault, dubbed Operation Epic Fury, beginning at 9:45 a.m. local time. US and Israeli fighter jets involved, as Navy warships fired Tomahawk cruise missiles. At least 9 cities in Iran targeted. The Pentagon launching new US one-way drones for the first time in combat, striking command and control facilities of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, defense systems, missile launchers and naval bases. Iran's retaliation swift and sweeping. Israeli air defense intercepting a barrage of Iranian missiles over Tel Aviv, some still getting through. We were preparing to go on air when another attack came in.
The air raid siren has just gone off once again. It's been going all day. Already we're seeing the signs of what looks like air defense going up into the sky to try and intercept incoming Iranian missiles. All day long, they haven't stopped coming.
Iran also targeting at least 4 US bases in the region. Dramatic verified videos circulating online showing those strikes, from Jordan to this US naval base in Bahrain, where 3,200 Americans are stationed. Not far from there, a drone blasting this residential building in Bahrain. Harrowing videos showing the moment that drone came crashing in. People inside taking cover. Iran targeting Dubai too, this luxury hotel up in flames. And in Qatar, people running for their lives. Our Marcus Moore in Doha.
You can see the air defense interceptors going into the air in those bright flashes of orange, and you can also hear the loud booms. This is what we've been hearing in Doha all day today.
The president with a sobering warning to the American people, US lives may be lost.
The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future.
Tonight, Iran saying more than 1,000 people were killed or wounded. Iranian state media claiming an airstrike on a girls' school in the southern city of Minab left dozens dead. The US now investigating, working to verify that report, saying it would never deliberately attack civilians. President Trump tonight making a direct appeal to the Iranian people. Seize this moment and topple the regime.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
So let's get right to Ian Panel with us live tonight from Tel Aviv. Ian, you and I were on the air earlier when it was confirmed the Supreme Leader was dead. You were in an air raid bunker earlier, now back on the roof I see tonight. President Trump obviously confirming Iran's Supreme Leader killed in this U.S.-Israeli attack. But to be clear tonight, the U.S. saying this operation is ongoing and so far no word of any U.S. casualties.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think for Iran, its future plunged into uncertainty. As you say, the US says no US service members have been injured, but this assault is still underway tonight, with Iran continuing to retaliate and officials warning this war could last for days. David.
Ian Panel leading us off from the region tonight. Ian, thank you for your reporting all day long here. Our Rachel Scott was on the phone with President Trump late today while he was with the generals reviewing the evidence from the Supreme Leader's compound. So let's bring in Rachel tonight because, Rachel, I know you asked the president at the time on that phone call if he believed the Supreme Leader was dead. He said, I believe so, but can't confirm to you in this moment. But that confirmation came just a short time later.
It did, David. I was on the phone with the president. He told me that he was meeting with his military generals, that they were poring over the evidence. And so I asked if that intelligence showed that the Supreme Leader was in fact dead. The president told me he believed that he was, but he wanted to see a little bit more of the intelligence. And obviously he did get that, because then moments later, he did inform the American people that Iran's Supreme Leader had been killed in these strikes. On the phone, the president also telling me that much of Iran's leadership is dead also, and that much of their important areas, militarily and otherwise, have been absolutely destroyed, David.
I poured through the transcript of your call. One of the questions you asked is something our viewers at home certainly want to know, what the world wants to know, which is what comes next in Iran? Who leads Iran next? You asked him that question. How did he answer that?
It was my next question to the president, David, and he told me that he has a, quote, very beautiful plan for what comes next in Iran. When I asked him who exactly takes over now, he told me, I don't want to explain, adding, you haven't seen us miss yet. The president has been insisting for weeks now that Iran's nuclear program was completely obliterated by Operation Midnight Hammer back in June. So I asked the president, why now? Why move forward with this operation? Was there an imminent threat to the United States? The president told me he believes there was, in fact, a threat, David.
All right. Rachel Scott with us here tonight. Rachel, thank you. Meantime, tonight, President Trump signaling that this mission is not over. The Supreme Leader, of course, is dead. His compound now destroyed. And tonight, Martha Raddatz is here on how this played out. This surprise daytime attack that appeared to catch the Supreme Leader and senior leaders off guard.
Tonight, with Iran's Supreme Leader now dead, his compound in ruins, one of the main goals of the joint U.S.-Israeli mission has been met. The Israelis have long tracked the movements of the Ayatollah, despite what officials say are his efforts to evade them. But the Ayatollah and other senior leaders were caught off guard, given the attack was during the day, an unprecedented move. But this U.S.-Israeli mission is far from over, and the risks remain high.
Even though the Supreme Leader and much of the senior leadership is dead, and the U.S. and Israel control the skies over Iran, there are thousands of missiles that can range all the way to Israel, and so the risk remains high.
The U.S. has 35,000 forces in the region, 2 massive aircraft carriers, guided missile destroyers, and dozens of warplanes at the ready. A massive offensive force, but also a target for Iranian missiles, especially those bases throughout the region. Tonight, that threat from President Trump to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to lay down their weapons or face certain death remains, and that challenge to the Iranian people to fight for change, something that has gotten tens of thousands of people killed over the years. President Trump saying hopefully the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves.
And Martha Raddatz with us here tonight as well. Martha, you and I have both reported from inside Iran and have seen firsthand the way of life there under the Supreme Leader and the effects of these U.S.-led economic sanctions for so many years.
David, you're so right. We have witnessed the suffering, the repression, the fear, but we've also seen such courage in those fighting against the regime. So as President Trump said, this could be an opportunity for greater change, but not without facing significant danger. David?
Martha Raddatz with us here on this major news night. Martha, thank you. In Washington, meanwhile, lawmakers from both parties with serious questions tonight over this U.S.-Israeli attack without congressional approval. Here's Mary Bruce.
Tonight, those images of President Trump monitoring the airstrikes from Mar-a-Lago before addressing the American people.
We're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. And it is a noble mission.
Just 4 days ago, the president told the American people the U.S. had already wiped out Iran's nuclear program.
The United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program.
But the president now insists, without providing evidence, that Iran was swiftly rebuilding, and that negotiations led by his son-in-law Jared Kushner and Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff had failed.
They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore.
Trump did not seek congressional authorization for this campaign, still top Republicans in Congress giving their seal of approval.
God bless the president for executing this mission, because this is not just changing for today. This is world changing for years to come.
But other Republicans voicing concerns. Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky saying,
"What up, guys? Sorry, I have to go to the park, take my dog there real quick. Thanks for sticking around, man. Thanks for sticking around."
This is not America First. The Constitution requires a vote, and your representative needs to be on record as opposing or supporting this war. Democrats sounding the alarm.
As an Iraq War veteran, someone that had to go into some very dangerous situations, saw way too many of my friends die in the war. It really is scary how quickly we just lurched to war without any plans.
The top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Warner, warning. The American people have seen this playbook before. Claims of urgency, misrepresented intelligence, and military action that pulls the United States into regime change.
Absolutely perfection.
Beautiful.
Shockingly.
All right, guys, we've got yet another heavy hitter guest and first-time guest on the show. Professor Zhang, he is the star of the popular YouTube channel Predictive History. He uses game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events. And he joins us now. Professor, great to have you.
Good to see you, sir.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. So, for people who aren't familiar with your work, I wanted to show folks that back in 2024, you made 3 big predictions. 1, that Trump would win. 2, that he would start a war with Iran. And 3, that the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class, this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
So obviously that last one is the only one that has not yet come to fruition. Is quite a stunning prediction. You know, do you stand by it? And what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has many more advantages over the United States. The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion, this is a war against the great Satan. They've had many practice runs. Last June was a 12-day war when the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack. They, through their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to really grasp the American mentality. And now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy. And so they are striking the GCC countries. And not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually, they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply. In fact, the water desalination plants provides 60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000, if they wiped out a desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz. So I know a lot of people are talking about the disruptions to the global economy, but right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme.
Right.
So that's a dire situation that the Americans are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE. And now, of course, big tech companies, which were looking at the UAE as a major potential data center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy, probably going to be rethinking that. We also wanted to talk to you about munitions. We can put this next one up here on the screen. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around interceptor math. There's a famous video just from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which miss. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million for a missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions running out, how does that change the global picture? So you're in China, obviously, much of the stocks in Asia of the United States are likely to have to be cannibalized if this were to go on. How's that going to affect the global picture here?
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it's designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people.
If you get stuck on the melody, or if you just feel like you can't get a song started, Output's co-producer is very dope. At
least you guys know that I don't do a ton of political content over here. I will do it when I think something is important, but I usually stay away from it. But as of last night, and as you guys are watching this 2 nights ago, Donald Trump announced the war in the Middle East, the war with Iran, after, I guess, months and months of negotiation and going back and forth. His reasoning we'll get into in a second, but this is not what I voted for. And you guys know that I voted for Donald Trump. You've been here for a long time. Yes, I'm a conservative, whatever. If you want to roast me for it in the comments, that's fine. But this isn't even what I voted for. Am I against tariffs? No. Am I against...
Why would anybody roast you, bro? Let's see what you got to say.
Immigration reform and immigration lobby and enforce in the United States? No, I voted for those things. This is not what I voted for. And this is what makes me fall into disillusion with this administration. Obviously, the Epstein files are their own monster, but this is a complete and utter distrust of what I wanted to see in America. I want America to focus on us, the people of America. I want to see our tax dollars go to work here in the United States. I want to see healthcare costs come down. I want to see housing costs come down. I want to see just my tax dollars going to work here and not in the Middle East. I don't need to be paying for, in my opinion, frivolous wars in the Middle East that I'm not even sure what benefits me here in the United States from it, right? And it's just frustrating to see, but we're going to take a look at what's going on. And I do want to try to provide some nuances to potentially what can happen, what is going on. And this isn't me running defense for the Trump admin. If it was,
you really don't need to run cover for them, dude. They're doing the wrong thing. Everybody knows it. We all have moral compasses.
Had it my way, we wouldn't be in the Middle East. We wouldn't be intervening in this. We'd be focused here on the United States. But let's talk about all of the stuff going on. The U.S. has entered war along with Israel, with Iran, and it looks like potentially another weapons of mass destruction war in the Middle East that will gain us nothing and cost us a lot of money, potential lives, and everything else. Let's talk about it. The breakdown, let's go. Here is Donald Trump's reasoning for the strikes in Iran, and one of the quotes that I just cannot stand to see: lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, which I think is completely without reason.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
Many people think Trump should send his kids.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the
So we'll start with this. Is the Iranian regime tyrannical, authoritarian, a dictatorship that is murdering its own people? Yeah. And for that reason, like, yeah, their regime needed to be dealt with. And it seems like after a lot of the strikes today, it happened.
All right, well, then there you go, bro. This is so that you agree with the war, dude. You know, you can't sit there and try to jump on, popular opinions, dude, when you have your own opinion. You just gave us your opinion right there. You're okay with the war. You just said it. You can't erase that, dog.
Has been. And we'll see, what comes of it. But it's such a fine line because whose responsibility is that? Is that us, the American people's responsibility to, quite frankly, yes, free the Iranian people from an authoritarian regime? I don't know, right? That's the toughest part of this question, because you're going to see people from both sides of the aisle here talk about like how isolationists will say it's not our problem, and, imperialists will say it's America is the ipso facto world police, and we did owe it to the Iranian people to topple this regime because we partly are responsible for the regime in power in the first place. But it's just a tough question to really answer, and it's not the reason the U.S. is doing this, which, again, reasons be damned. I don't know if we probably shouldn't be doing it anyway, but when you do have tens of thousands of Iranians slaughtered by their own government, someone needed to step in because it was clear the Iranian people weren't going to be able to overthrow the government themselves, and it was just going to continue, it seemed like. But I don't know what the imminent threat was to America. As Trump says there, they presented an imminent threat, and he's the president of the United States, right? He has more intel, more understanding than any of us that don't have classified information do. But I assume he's talking about the nuclear program and how he did not want Iran getting a hold of nuclear weapons, which I can understand as their leadership and the Ayatollah are always screaming about death to America. I can understand that'd be pretty scary for them to get a nuclear bomb and be crazy enough to potentially shoot it off. Now, America is very advantageously situated, as we are essentially protected on all sides by water and just by distance from a lot of these countries in the Middle East. But it also presents a different problem, is that we have stretched ourselves super thin to go and, enact regime change and start these wars in the Middle East, which is, I just think, not a good thing ever to really do. So, yeah.
Memory loss, honestly. I really do. I think Americans suffer from short-term memory loss. They don't know what happened 20 years ago. It's just not fresh in their mind enough, and not even Donald Trump's campaign is even in their mind long enough, because he kept saying no wars. I'm going to end the wars. No new wars. I'm ending the wars. And he did the exact opposite, man. This is crazy.
I don't really know when we talk about what the right answer here was. It wasn't like this was a surprise, by the way, from Trump. He had been echoing this same message now for a bit after he got back into office for his second term, even though he said no new wars. The threat of we are the biggest and most powerful military in the world, we're going to be able to do what we want if we need, had always been on the table versus, Iran or really anybody else that opposes. It's not good. It's our tax dollars being wasted, potential American lives being laid down, and all for this imminent threat to America that I don't even know. Like, what is the imminent threat? If it's a nuclear bomb, I think I don't see that. Didn't we just strike Iran not too long ago and wipe out their nuclear arsenal? So how is that the case? Either that wasn't a successful operation during Trump's first term or whenever it was, or this is under false pretense. And, the idea of freeing the Iranian people, that's a great one. But what happens when you usually topple a regime, a dictatorship, an authoritarian regime? Something usually worse comes out of it. We've seen this in the Middle East in the Iraq War. It didn't work. So I don't know. Maybe Trump's going to be able to handle it differently. Maybe we don't have any lives lost, and, we'll see. But I just don't like the idea of putting American lives on the line for Israel's battles, for Israel's conflicts, for Israel's protection. Again, they're our ally in the Middle East. I understand, but it's just, how many times are we going to do this? How many times?
The Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer.
Like, I get it. The Iranian regime is fucking awful, and they hate us, and we understand that, and we don't like them either. I just, again, what about Americans? What does this do to protect us, other than flex our muscle and say we can go across to the Middle East and take out this leader that's essentially, he's been goading us, right? The Ayatollah of Iran has goaded Trump into doing something, and now Trump did something. And as we'll talk about in a second, he took the guy out. He took him and 40 others with him in Operation Epic Fury, and it's been on that front a success. But I hope that's it. If that's it, then okay, mission complete. This is maybe a Venezuela situation, but I just don't think that is going to be it. I think that Iran is going to go, they're not going to go down without a fight. The regime's not going to go down without a fight. There are more people probably in place because the Ayatollah was 87 years old. And this is going to be one of those very scattered, long, drawn out. I hope not, but you do have, partnerships that Iran has with, powers of the East, the Russias, the Chinas of the world. And I don't hear any reports that China or Russia are backing them in terms of military backing, but who knows? Who knows what can happen, right? So yeah, while all this is stuff that is true, that Iranian regime hated the United States and that they did do awful things in the last 40 years, and they're doing awful things to their own people, that I can celebrate, that the people that were being stripped of their rights, that were being murdered in the streets or being slaughtered by their own government. I can celebrate the fact that the United States and whether it was United States, whether it was Israel, I don't know, but that authoritarian regime has been taken out, and the people can hopefully feel safe. But at the same time, if you're dropping bombs on the entire country, how safe are they? How safe are they to overthrow their own government? How safe are they to rebuild? I don't know these things. Again, it just feels like a lot to do with something that isn't our business in the United States. Maybe it is, but it's just, I don't know.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy.
This is the biggest thing that I
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member, Senator Durbin, as well, and the distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you today and talk about the important matters and work that the Department of Homeland Security
Is your
does
microphone
every
on?
single day. The Department of Homeland Security.
Hey, could maybe pull the microphone closer to you, please? And the red light is on?
Yep, it is.
Okay, proceed.
The Department of Homeland Security was established in the aftermath of 9/11, one of the darkest days in our nation's history. That resulted in the death of nearly 3,000 Americans. The mission of the Department of Homeland Security at that time was just as critical as it is today. We protect our American people, we prevent acts of terrorism, and we defend our homeland. Every action that the Department of Homeland Security takes is guided by that mission and by that responsibility. Thanks to President Trump's leadership and the hard work of the men and women of DHS, our department has delivered historic results and has made our communities safer. Since the start of President Trump's second term, daily encounters along the southwest border declined by 96% compared to the Biden administration's daily average. We've reached the lowest levels ever recorded in U.S. Customs and Border Protection's history. In President Trump's first year, total Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border were less than the average of a single month under the Biden administration. For 10 straight months, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the interior of the United States. And in President Trump's historic first year back in office, nearly 3 million illegal aliens have left the United States as a result of the administration's enforcement efforts from following the law. That includes 2.2 million that have voluntarily left and returned back to their home countries, and more than 675,000 detainments and deportations. A majority of the aliens that were arrested by Immigrations and Customs Enforcement have a criminal record and have been charged with or convicted of secondary crimes in addition to their initial crime of being in the United States illegally. During this period, ICE has arrested over 1,500 known and suspected terrorists, more than 7,700 known gang members, many of them that were allowed to come into this country under the Biden administration. We have also reached the lowest murder rate in the last 125 years since that data was tracked. Under President Biden, more than 450,000 unaccompanied alien children went missing or were lost due to the dangerous open border policies that were embraced. Under President Trump, the Department of Homeland
It was the first Supermax prison of its time, a towering fortress of American justice.
If you break the... Hang on, guys. Bear with me. I'm trying to find something good for y'all. Give me a second. Gotta find something interesting enough.
Law, you go to prison. If you break the rules in prison, you go to Alcatraz.
Known simply as The Rock, it housed the country's most notorious criminals
This was the most scary place you could possibly go.
and became a mythical symbol of inescapability.
It's like Israel creates problems, and then we come in and bail them out of their problems. So Israel, right, October 7th happens, right? This is also known as Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, okay? And the reason why I'm telling you the operation that they use in Arabic is because it's important to know why they attacked on October 7th. Most Americans think that these guys just invaded for no reason because they wanted to, October 7th attacks, okay. That they just wanted to attack to kill Jews, but that's not really what it was. There's multiple reasons they attacked, both political and religious. There's three main reasons they attacked. Number one, the occupation. The Israelis illegally occupy the Gaza Strip, right, where these people have no rights, no sovereignty, no nothing. They're occupied. They, can't leave, etc. Then the West Bank up here, right? And these Israelis, right, have the West Bank right here, which they're building settlements on continuously as we speak. And it's been, the entire international community calls the West Bank settlements illegal. Like they've been expanding it, forever. But that's a whole other conversation. But the long story short is the Gaza Strip, Hamas, right? These guys right here, these guys right here, boom, Islamic Resistance Movement. They invaded on October 7th. Group? They are designated as a terrorist group. They were they're designated by a terrorist group by a woman named Madeleine Albright, and so is Hezbollah in 1997. Madeleine Albright's Jewish, which we'll talk about that as well. But that's that's another thing. So the October 7th attacks happened. So it's important for people to know why they attacked. Now, Western media will tell you, oh, they just attacked because they hate Jews, etc. Well, that's a part of it. Now, the main reason they attacked is because of the occupation, right? The Israelis occupied them. They tried to do peaceful protests in 2018, 2019. The Israelis were shooting them, killing them, etc., as they were doing the peaceful marches across on the border, and many different attacks and attacks of aggression, not just in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. Number two, the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords are basically a series of agreements between the United States, Israel, and Muslim Arab countries. And it's basically normalization, right? It's a normalization treaty. Many of the Muslim countries in the Middle East do not recognize Israel as a country because of what they're doing to the Palestinians. And many countries reserved recognizing Israel until they answer what's called the Palestinian question. And the Palestinian question is either A, you give them their own state, a two-state solution, or one-state solution where you bring these people in and make them Israeli citizens. Now, the Israelis don't want to give them their own state because that would mean they would have sovereignty, they would have a military, they'd have police, and the Israelis don't want to live next to the Palestinians and feel as though their security is being tested. And then the other reason why they don't want to just bring them in as citizens and just give them a passport and give them full-fledged citizenship is because Israel wants to remain a Jewish state. That means it needs to be an 80% majority. And that is so that they can maintain overrepresentation in politics and government, etc. Palestinians basically have more children. They reproduce fat more. So what's going to happen is they know over time, if they were to bring in these Palestinians to Israel and make them citizens, they would lose power very quickly. So this is why they've not been able to answer the Palestine question. Now, what Israel's done instead is they've tried to use the United States as an intermediary, right, through bribing, foreign aid, military support, economic support, to get these different countries to recognize Israel without answering the Palestine question. And this is very important. Now, when October 7th happened, Saudi Arabia was set to meet with the United States to normalize relations with Israel. Now, why is this important? This is important because Saudi Arabia has some of the holiest sites in the religion, and they are a regional, they have a great deal of influence in the region because of the religious importance of the location. So though Mohammed bin Salman, the leader of Saudi Arabia, said he would not recognize Israel until they gave the Palestinians some level of sovereignty, he was potentially flirting with meeting with them and talking with them about coming into the Abraham Accords, as well as many other Muslim countries. And the Palestinians know that if more Muslim countries join the Abraham Accords, their ability to be free is gone, because now all the leverage that they would have had with the Muslim countries withholding recognizing Israel would be gone. And then the third thing that no one ever talks about is what's called the red heifers. Now, a guy named Abu Ubaidah, this dude right here, because this guy was a spokesperson of Hamas. This guy, they killed him though, but he's the guy that famously used to always do the speeches with the red keffiyeh on. This guy right here. He after October 7th, he explained why they attacked. So it was the Israeli occupation in Gaza.
He's from Hamas?
Yeah, he was a spokesperson from Hamas, this guy. So he was it was the occupation, the Abraham Accords expanding without answering the Palestine question, and then the third one is a religious one. And no one ever talks about this in Western media. The Israelis are trying to destroy something called the Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? And that's why the Palestinians call it Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, right? And the Al-Aqsa Mosque, right, is one of the holiest sites in Islam. And what the Israelis want to do, you got a bunch of like super religious Jewish zealots that want to destroy this mosque and rebuild the temple that was destroyed. And not only do they want to do that, they went to America to find 5 red cows. I kid you not. They went to go they're going to sacrifice red heifers, destroy the mosque, and rebuild the temple. It's like to bring their, well, the Antichrist really, but to bring, their Messiah. So for all of these reasons, both religious, political, etc., my favorite book in the back. For all these reasons, this is why Hamas invaded on October 7th. The Palestine question wasn't getting answered with the Abraham Accords, tightening the noose on their necks and not being able to get their sovereignty. The occupation in Gaza and the imminent destruction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, because the Israelis are hollowing out the bottom of this mosque, and they're quietly like letting it get destroyed. They're not renewing permits for it to get fixed. They're doing a whole bunch of bullshit, because there's a temple. It's called the Temple Institute, which is a very powerful organization of evangelical Christians and hardcore Jewish zealots that are trying to get this thing destroyed, right? They don't talk about this publicly because they know it's going to outrage the Muslim world. So those are the reasons why Hamas attacked. Now, it's important to understand that Hamas is a part of what's called the axis of resistance, right? Right here, where is it? Okay, they're a part of the axis of resistance. The axis of resistance is made up of different countries led by Iran and funded by Iran and supported by Iran. So those organizations are, you got Hamas, Hezbollah, who are north in Lebanon. They're located right here to Israel's north. We're going to talk about them too, because they're about to get into this war. They literally just declared that they're going to get involved. You got the Houthis.
Wait, who?
Hezbollah. This is these guys right here.
They terrorists too, right?
They're also on the terrorist watch list. Yes, they were designated. They were designated as terrorists the same year as Hamas in '97. So by the Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. So
are any of these people Israelis?
No. They're all Muslim Arabs.
Okay, because I've always heard Hezbollah and Hamas. I've always heard like.
Yeah, no, they're different organizations. So Hamas is based out of the Gaza Strip. These guys are Palestinians, and then Hezbollah are Lebanese. They're up here in Lebanon, based out of Beirut in southern Lebanon. And then you got the Houthis, who are down here in Yemen, right out of this area, out of the Sana'a area, also known as Ansar Allah. These guys, right?
And all 3 of them are anti-Israel.
Yes, all of them are very anti-Israel. Yeah, and
Why they don't gang up?
that they are ganging up. That's what the acts of resistance is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this acts of resistance is literally the pushback to Israel, right? So so you got Ansar Allah as well, who they're the Houthis. These are the guys that board the ships. These are the pirate niggas. I'm sure you might have heard of it, like terrorists jumping on ships and boarding the ships and everything else like that. It's these guys. Then you got Syria, the Bashar al-Assad regime, right? He was in power for a very long time. He got ousted, and I'll talk about that here in a second, but I just kind of want to give you the landscape of the Middle East. So in Syria is right here, right? You got Damascus right here, right next to Lebanon, right? And then you also have, with the Axis of Resistance, you got also the Popular Mobilization Forces. These guys are out of Iraq, right? And they're also getting, there were some of the ones that were in Iraq going after the consulate, but we'll talk about that later as well. So as you can see, there's multiple factions within this resistance, within this this axis of resistance. Now you're probably wondering, well, Myra, why the fuck do they have all these different people? The reason why is because Iran has watched the Middle East fall to Israel, right? And for those of you that might say, well, like, oh, Myra, what are you talking about? Well, they prophesized this back with something called a clean break memo, right? So back in 1996, Richard Pearl, Douglas Feith, Robert Lowenberg, all these guys were Zionist Jews, by the way, right? Also known as neoconservatives, neocons. They wrote a paper for Benjamin Netanyahu in 1996, the prime minister of Israel, this guy, right? Where they talked about securing the realm.
He was president back then?
Yeah, bro, he was, yeah.
How long does he serve? Because they keep saying he's a terrorist.
So he served intermittently, but he's the longest. I think at this point, he just passed Ben Gurion as the longest prime minister of all time in Israel. But he's like been on and off.
Limit?
I don't think so. But he's been in power the longest cumulatively. But there were periods of time where he wasn't prime minister, then he gets reelected and stuff like that. So, but he's been at power pretty much since the 90s. But yeah, there were periods of time where he wasn't prime minister. But anyway, so they wrote this paper for Benjamin Netanyahu in 1996. And in this paper, they aggressively were talking about getting Saddam Hussein out of power because at the time, Iraq was a huge security threat for Israel, right? And this led to the Iraq operation, everything else like that. That's all a whole other conversation because that's getting into 9/11. I'll leave that alone for now. But the thing you need to know is in this paper, they talked about all the countries that they need to destabilize, 7 Middle Eastern countries. And basically it was all the countries that we have now: Sudan, Libya, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Iran. Now, all those countries have either been destroyed or are being, controlled by the United States and Israel. The last country standing now is Iran. So Iran is the last country standing in Israel's way of being the hegemony in the region. Okay. And they've been trying to do this for decades. So anyone that tries to sit there and say, oh, bro, Iran has been doing X, Y, Z, no, they've been targeting Iran for decades, right? Since 1979, but formally, even with the United States assistance right here, because all these people, Richard Pearl, etc., these guys are government officials writing a paper, a national security paper for a foreign government. Okay. So now that we know the region, what it looks like, who stands where, what the axis of resistance is, now let's get into what happened with the chain of events, right? So October 7th happens, right? And Hamas invades Israel. And during the October 7th attacks, it's important to understand that when that happened, roughly 1,200 Israelis were killed, right? 400 of those people that were killed were IDF, right? Which is considered enemy combatants. It's fair game, right? Look, I hate the loss of life for anybody, but let's be honest here. The Palestinians have a right to resist according to international law.
IDF is
the Israeli Defense
Forces for Israel, right?
Yes, the IDF is these guys right here.
That's like their army or their Marines.
Yes, it's their basically their army, to keep it simple.
And 400 of them died?
On October 7th, yeah, 400 of them died on that day. So, and I'm saying that because it's important I say this. So the 1,200 that died, 400 of them were IDF. So that's considered enemy combatants. According to international law, an occupied people has the right to resist their occupiers. Israel, in every sense of the word, is an occupier. The entire international community knows this. They're an apartheid ethno supremacy state. It's the truth. It is what it is. So anyway, 400 IDF soldiers were killed on that day. That's fair game. Now, 800 Israelis were killed. Now, this is the controversial part here. Nobody knows how many of those 800 Israelis that were killed were killed by Hamas versus killed by the IDF. Now you're probably saying, what the hell are you talking about, Myron? What are you talking about? IDF would kill their own people. Well, the Israelis have a doctrine. It's called the Hannibal Directive, right? It's a very controversial military practice. But what it does is it allows the Israelis to kill their own in the middle of a conflict to prevent them from being kidnapped, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah. Are you on YouTube?
Yeah, we about to switch to Kick.
Yeah.
And by the way, chat, I need everybody to go over to Kick. Oh, by the way, chat. This month, we're doing partial Kick exclusive streams. Shout out to Kick. You know, this is my people over there. But I need everybody to go over to Kick. We want to be able to keep it 100.
Yeah.
We're keeping it 100 right now.
Because
you get me?
And there's a reason why I'm using Wikipedia on purpose. Because like for all the people that say, Myron, what are you talking about? Blah, blah. Like Wikipedia is run and moderated by Zionists. So if I'm giving you guys it from Wikipedia, you know I'm not fucking capping here. So
yeah, hold on. I need everybody real quick. I need all 10,000. We got 10K or actually 11K on YouTube. 4,500 y'all from the Academy, kick.com/academics, and 6,300 y'all from King Academics. Please, kick.com/academics. We want to get into this, but we gotta get into the raw details, man. I've never heard some of this stuff.
Yeah, and it's on purpose that you don't hear about this stuff, bro. Like they don't want you to hear about this shit at all. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll once you move everybody over.
Yeah, mods, please spam it. We're giving about 30 more seconds.
You know, I'll move everybody too. I'm on YouTube. I'll tell guys, get off YouTube, coming over to MyronGainesX.com/kick. I'm on Kick as well, guys. MyronGainesX. So yeah, we're getting the fuck off YouTube, bro. So
and shout out to Kick, man. By the way, Kick has told us they said Kick got a challenge for us. And I'm gonna let you guys know on the later stream, but they say if we rock out and we could grow like how we've grown on Rumble, you know, they got some great stuff in store for us. So we're gonna be trying to.
If you only do one thing to kick off 2026, let it be this. Become a Fora advisor. When I moved to Italy full-time,
Big left hand by Garcia!
His left hook is mean. Cold. Efficient.
Speed kills.
Relentless.
You know it's coming. You still can't stop it.
It leaves opponents crumpled on the canvas. Dazed, disoriented, stripped of control before they even realize what's happened. The alias says it all. King Ryan. Confidence.
I'm gonna beat him, I'm gonna knock him out, and see you April 20th.
Swagger. Ego.
You'll learn one day when you grow up.
In everything I do, I want the best of the best. I've never settled for anything that's not the best, not class. You know, everything has to be on point.
A belief that's always walked ahead of the results.
It's over!
But that same ego carries weight. And when the lights dim, it doesn't disappear. It presses heavier in the quiet moments.
Something only people could imagine.
Where confidence turns inward and the mental battles hit just as hard as anything thrown in the ring.
Everything came crashing down on me. It's like being in a maze and I don't know where to go. I'm just happy to be here. I really am.
Ryan Garcia's story doesn't begin under the lights. It begins in Victorville, California, where talent had to fight for every inch. At 7, his uncle introduced him to boxing, and his dad had a plan.
And I said, hey, Ryan, don't worry about it. I got the perfect place. Boom, the garage. And since then, it's been all garage.
Mitts snapping, punches echoing. Ryan was hooked. Team sports never fit. He wanted control, one ring, one outcome. Win or lose, it was on him.
I just wanted a sport that was one-on-one, and I asked my uncle, hey, is there any sport one-on-one? And then he showed me boxing, and that's kind of how it all started.
From the start, there was something different. Not hype, speed. That speed caught attention. Clips spread online. Fans didn't just watch, they followed.
Somebody recorded me hitting the Cobra bag, right?
Oh yeah,
The thing that moves, and then it just kind of went everywhere, bro. And then I was like, oh shoot, okay, people like that. Boom, I started doing it. Boom, it kept on getting a lot of views, which doesn't really happen for a lot of people, where you post the same thing and people just continue on to watch it,
Hi guys, this is Ryan Garcia, The Flash, and this is how you hit the Cobra bag.
So it's just like the perfect storm of viralness met substance. Like, yo, this is a real fighter.
Yeah.
Boom, we want to follow his career. And then it just kind of exploded from there. And I kind of took advantage of every situation, bro. I just kept on building my name from there. And it was just like a perfect storm for me.
Yeah.
You know, man, I just kind of never let go of the momentum.
And then there was the left hook. One moment they stand, the next they're down. Sharp, merciless. By the end of his amateur career, 215 wins, 15 losses, 15 national titles. Not potential. Proof before fame, before lights, before camera. There was only a young fighter from Victorville, sharpening a left hook and laying the foundation for greatness.
I just know that there's a bigger picture. I got the speed, power, reflexes, I got everything. Me and my best, I could beat a lot of these dudes that people are just hyping.
Me and my dad, we would go out to tournaments, sometimes not having that much money to go to hotels. One time we had to sleep in the back of our car. Let's go. You can't lie. This today was a productive day. We sacrificed so much.
At 17, Ryan Garcia turned professional in Mexico, far from the lights, close to the grind. His debut came in Tijuana. 1 round, 1 statement, a first-round stoppage. The payday, 200 pesos, enough to fuel belief. Mexico became his classroom, where confidence grew and finishes came quick. Those wins didn't make headlines, but they made a case.
We sacrificed so much just to get where I'm at right now, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. All those times, having to, go out, ask for donations, all that.
Soon after, the call came. Golden Boy Promotions.
My family support has been the thing that's kept me boxing. Without them, I probably wouldn't be boxing right now.
Before the fame, Ryan Garcia proved he was willing to start anywhere, as long as it moved him closer to the spotlight. Ryan Garcia's first run under Golden Boy Promotions came at just 18 years old, on the undercard of Smith versus Hopkins in Inglewood, California. For the first time, the lights hit different. Big stage, national TV, way more eyes than he'd ever felt on him. This wasn't some small gym or local crowd. This was where people really start checking your name.
This kid, very popular on social media, promotes himself very well. 12,000 Twitter followers. It's pretty good. Oh, yeah.
Antonio Martinez made it through the first round, just hanging on. In the second, Garcia stepped on the gas.
Final seconds of the opening round. He was stung, and Martinez survives the round.
A knockdown cracked the moment open.
Tanahara, especially.
And there he goes down.
And this didn't happen when he was fighting those other guys.
Nope.
He took their best shot.
And a fast, ruthless flurry followed. The ref jumped in before it got ugly. New stage, bigger spotlight. And just like that, Ryan Garcia stopped being a name buzzing around gyms and became someone the boxing world had to take seriously. Ryan was built from the ground up.
A couple occasions I would drive to the tournament, and I wouldn't tell my friends because I had close friends at the time, and I wouldn't say anything to them, but I told them, oh, we're going to be there. We're going to be in that tournament. Don't worry, but they didn't know what status I was in.
It was never all glitz and glamour. It was poverty driven, fueled by grind, sacrifice, and survival.
When I would get there, I would say, wow, as long as we register, that's all we got to do. Once we register, we can go out to eat. And they said, my kids would say, well, what about, us sleeping? I said, I'll take care of it. Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
I want to make pro and I want to make the money.
One time is what, is when it was cold and I knew I didn't have enough money. So I slept in the van, and I went to Walmart, hope I could say that, but I went to Walmart. I bought some blankets and purchased them. I told the kids, okay, I got pillows for you here. We're going to sleep here. I slept in the front. And then in the morning, sorry to say, but I took the blankets back, because I need money to get in.
Ever since I was 8 years old, I've always wanted to become a professional boxer, and I knew, man, I'm going to do this.
The knockouts didn't stop, and neither did the attention.
Running on Instagram. It's a different story when you get into the ring.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Or vibe coding meets drag and drop freedom. We'll see about that. All right, let me try to make up a site to sell some theoretical Sambucha kombucha. Make me a site about Sambucha kombucha. Make it look nice and pretty and highlighting the product. Refine my prompt. Okay, let's do that. All right, that's so much better. All right, generate my site. So now Aria, my AI assistant, is planning things out a bit, so I'm going to let it cook. Okay, just finishing the build. And wow, are you kidding me? I typed in the dumbest prompt and then I refined it. Then I generated a site. Now I have an actual website. Oh, and I like how I have full customization. Look at this. I could just change the text. I could change the corners, the formatting, the menu, or I could ask Aria. I really like this hybrid approach where AI does a bulk of the speed work at the beginning, and then I have the control to customize it at the end. It blends vibe coding, agentic AI, and drag and drop all into one editor. And here I am in the center just making any adjustments I want. So with Wix Harmony, you get flawless functionality, total security, and lightning speed from the get-go. Behind the scenes, Wix is handling all security.
Ryan Garcia in the white, and there it is.
That happened so fast.
Ryan's social media presence kept growing, bigger, louder, unavoidable, until he became more than just a fighter.
These boxers, they're mad at me. They're all hating on me. I don't know why.
Fans stuck with him, following every moment, inside the ring and beyond it.
Ryan, you're so cute. We don't want you to be in the ring getting
It's almost picture perfect, so I just got to keep doing what I'm doing. Don't change anything up and keep working hard.
The climb was real now. The talk was getting louder. Every fight added weight to the name. The seats were filling. The energy was up. This wasn't just noise anymore. It was momentum. Jason Velez came with experience and no fear. No easy target. No quick exit. On paper, Ryan Garcia's toughest test so far.
Ready to counter. If he got his hands up,
Velez made him work. Slowed the tempo. Made it about rounds, not moments. No highlight finish. No viral clip.
lands a nice uppercut as Velez tried to get aggressive.
Just a clear decision win. Lessons earned the hard way. Every rise needs a track like this. Not flashy, but necessary.
California, the Flash.
Ryan!
Then Ryan Garcia met Carlos Morales, and the noise was already in the air. Not cheers, pressure. Every step to the ring had eyes on it.
Invigorated Ryan.
Whoa, he caught.
Morales, tough, Puerto Rico born, battle tested, stayed close, looking for cracks. And he found one. Ryan got rocked, just for a moment.
Everything's gone.
Enough to remind him this wasn't easy. He shook it off, locked in, and took control. He boxed smart, stayed sharp, kept it clean, didn't panic, got himself together, and stayed resilient with intent to win. By the final bell, the win was earned, not given. Some fights aren't about chaos. They're about respect. This was about holding your ground.
Siempre se aprende algo en el gimnasio, se aprende de cada pelea, siempre hay errores, aunque ganen las peleas. Y
by now, Ryan Garcia wasn't just a prospect. He was becoming a household name. The knockouts helped. The speed sold it. But social media took it further. Millions followed.
it's all technique now.
Not
We're
just
not doing no
boxing
practice.
fans, a new
Like, we're
generation.
not doing it for the cameras. This
People
is
who didn't grow up on the sport, but stayed for him. Then came another shift. Ryan joined Canelo Alvarez's camp, training under Eddie Reynoso at a time when Canelo sat at the top of the sport, the undisputed face of boxing. A different
and he
environment,
was telling me that
higher
he's gonna
standards, championship
and
habits.
work on the little things I need to work
That
on.
connection accelerated everything. Visibility, credibility, expectation. Soon after, Ryan stepped onto one of boxing's biggest stages, the MGM Grand, fighting Braulio Rodriguez on the undercard of Canelo Alvarez versus Rocky Fielding. From small halls to boxing's modern mecca, Ryan Garcia wasn't just gaining attention anymore. He was earning his place in the spotlight.
Things have slowed for him, though, of late. Let's see if he was up to
From
the
the
challenge.
opening round, it was back and forth. Both men trading, neither backing down.
And they're using him.
13 knockouts in the
Then Rodriguez felt it. The left hook landed clean on the chin,
for one of the announcing teams.
and the balance shifted
And Rodriguez goes
instantly.
down. That fast. In survival mode immediately.
Garcia jumped on him straight away, hunting an early knockout, trying to send a message on the biggest stage.
Trying to survive. And to stop. Try to get close.
Rodriguez danced around, showing off the footwork, smooth, flashy, all rhythm.
He impressed me. I mean, the crowd don't like it. But look at him. I mean, he's
But none of his punches moved Ryan an inch. Then the left hook came down like a blown fuse, straight through Rodriguez, lights flickering all the way down to his boots.
Tilt from Garcia. Turned him into a southpaw. Trying to get by that extended left hand, and he does. Right hand and a hook by Garcia. Rodriguez says he's Lipton, a 30-3.
Garcia is walking him down. He's going, yeah, this is what I expected.
Rodriguez trying to win.
Midway through the fight, Ryan's right hand landed with
Hard
authority,
right hand. Wow.
snapping Rodriguez backward into the ropes. Like the moment suddenly
How
slowed,
did he weather that?
sensing the
Another
moment,
one. And a hook.
Garcia poured it on. A controlled storm of punches that sent Rodriguez spilling through the ropes and beyond the ring.
Great
Another
performance. Garcia.
17 wins, unbeaten, and the future looking bigger and brighter than ever. Ryan was now in his element, giving fans exactly what they came for, knockouts and explosive combinations. Next came Jose Lopez. The result was ruthless.
Another right hand. Uppercut misses. Lopez.
Dropped in the second round,
And he's down.
Lopez stayed on his stool, choosing not to answer the bell for the third.
If you want to stand out in 2026, you have to create with tools that keep you sounding original. Now, Co-Producer finds human-made samples that fit my
Vegas is the boxing capital of the world. Everybody wants to fight in Vegas. Sunshine.
Then came Romero Duno, and with it, Ryan's first fight in Las Vegas, the heart of boxing. Under the bright lights, it didn't take long. One round, one vicious left hook. Duno went down hard and stayed there.
Hey, he don't know what hit him. I'm just kidding.
Ryan's next bout came against Francisco Fonseca, widely seen as the toughest opponent he had faced so far. A former world title challenger, durable, experienced, not there to be overwhelmed.
Can he do it as he takes on tougher and tougher competition? That's the challenge.
But once again, it came down to that dangerous left hook. One clean shot in the first round, and Fonseca was done. Another test erased, another reminder of what that weapon could do.
Yeah, man, it was always my dream to show everybody in the world, so I really got the chance to do it.
King Rai had crossed into superstardom.
Going to take the next step towards his championship goals on Saturday when he takes on Luke Campbell.
With it came pressure, expectations, and a workload that never slowed.
Dropping video, dropping on tour, which we grinding right now. A year or 2 time, I'm like, damn, feel me? It's gonna be like a fucking Michael Jordan story.
I've worked my life for this.
People are still underestimating you.
He wasn't just known anymore. Ryan was everywhere. A true household name and one of the biggest in the sport. The next step was Luke Campbell, an Olympic gold medalist, a fighter with substance and pedigree.
Luke Campbell.
This is a massive fight in the lightweight division.
This wasn't hype. This was credibility.
20-0 with 17 knockouts and arguably the fastest hands in all of boxing. Welcome to the stage, the Flash, King Rai, Ryan Garcia.
I'm going to be grinding in this fight. I already know. It's not going to be a walk in the park. I'm going to have to bite my teeth down and grind in there, and that's the only way.
Campbell came fired up, focused, and fully aware of what was on the line, ready to take everything Ryan had built and claim it in one night.
22 years old. He's on a rocket ship to superstardom. If he moves.
Ryan came out
I
fast,
knew I had to put pressure on him.
throwing heavy shots from the opening bell, looking to establish dominance, to force Luke Campbell onto the back foot from the very first round.
Man, that man had a good stance, good range, strong.
Would work better against southpaws.
Fighter says that he prefers fighting southpaws.
Look at Garcia heating up in the corner.
He wanted to win real bad. And I knew that right away, right when I was in there.
The pressure seemed to be working.
Maybe that's why he prefers.
But the moment comfort sets in, that split second of hesitation becomes costly. And at this level, it's everything.
Lost concentration for a split second. I mean, it was weird. I thought about my ankle. I was like, it kind of hurt. I look up, he's throwing a punch. People say you see black. I seen a flash of white. So all I did was react. And obviously I reacted the wrong way. And got clipped right on the chin. I went, boom, hit the ground, got right back up. I was like, I was more shocked. Like, I wasn't embarrassed. It was just a thing that happened.
Now we're going to see what this kid's made of. Ooh. Ryan answers.
Ryan went right back to applying pressure.
No, I think Campbell's looking for that same short right
And in the
hook.
fifth round, the left hook finally landed, forcing Luke Campbell to reach for the ropes to steady himself.
That's Garcia's best punch. It's that snappy left hook.
The ropes may have kept him up.
The next round, I was turned up.
This has become an old Western shootout. Ryan Garcia.
The corner was actually saying, okay, Ryan, now just calm down still. Don't go crazy. I said, yes, I won't go crazy. Man, the next round bell rang. I came right out. I thought I punched for like a minute straight. It's been only 30
Find
seconds.
your legs. Stick and move.
It's all basically code for survive.
That flurry I did for 30 seconds really, really turned the tide for me. Campbell was on the verge of being done. You know, I was just waiting for that moment. I knew it was coming. I felt him relax a little bit, and he thought I was going up top again. When I hit him, boom.
Body shot.
And I seen him go down. I said, wow, is that really the body shot? When he put both hands down. And then I went crazy. I was like, oh my gosh.
King Ray Garcia!
I just started crying. It was just an amazing moment. My true emotions poured out. It was just as real as it gets, man. It was amazing.
Next came Emmanuel Tagoe.
It is official, ladies and gentlemen. It is golden time!
A former world champion with experience and ring intelligence. Not a fight about breaking someone, but about staying composed while the spotlight burned hotter than ever.
It's gonna be a great show on DAZN. Work promotion.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive.
I just want to prove to the world that I'm not here in boxing for a short time. I'm here for a long time.
Fight!
On the night, Garcia came out fast and aggressive, setting the tone immediately. Emmanuel struggled to keep up with Ryan's speed, and before long, the difference in class became clear. Round after round, Garcia stayed in control. What followed was a one-sided beatdown. Disciplined, dominant, carried all the way through 12 rounds. Around this time, the lightweight division was on fire. 4 names stood above the rest: Gervonta Davis, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, and Teofimo Lopez.
You never fought anybody. Okay. Ever. So how did I get the belt? How did I get the belt?
Fans wanted answers. They wanted the fights that would define the era. But boxing politics stood in the way. Contracts, networks, negotiations.
You guys, make sure you go subscribe to my YouTube. I could really use you guys. I really appreciate it. And I will continue to do the good content here with you guys. I love documentaries. I love putting up videos that nobody has, and they're interesting for you guys. So appreciate you guys being here.
Keeping the biggest names apart while anticipation only
I'm gonna
grew
do whatever
louder.
I can do. I'm gonna keep calling Tank out. You hear me, Tank. You see it. You're gonna watch, and you're gonna know. Second round. That's all I'm gonna show you.
This should be Tank's next fight.
For years, fans wanted Ryan Garcia versus Tank Davis. The hype was real.
Tank!
The demand was loud.
Fuck up, nigga. Hey, Tank!
God.
I love you. This nigga talking mad shit over here, Tank.
You 5'5". You don't need a ladder to hit me. You're gonna need a Stairmaster. Boy, you won't be able to touch me. What
Call
you
my
say?
bitch
You
ass
ain't got
nigga.
nothing. You ain't got nothing. Boy, I don't care. You too ugly to be champ. I'm fucking champ. And that's from Muhammad Ali.
He got dropped by somebody that can't even hit. If I would have hit him, you know I would have killed him after that.
But boxing politics slowed everything down. Contracts, networks, weight clauses, leverage. The fight kept getting talked about, but never signed.
Can your next fight be with this nigga, man? Can you fight this nigga talking mad shit, man?
We fighting next. We fighting next.
Let's go. Let's go.
Rather than wait, Garcia stayed active. So the spotlight shifted to Fortuna, a former world champion and a name big enough to keep momentum moving, while the real prize fight stayed stuck in negotiation.
What's up? Golden boy.
And there is Ryan Garcia. He's never lost. 22-0 with 18 knockouts.
The atmosphere was lit. This was big-time boxing.
Here we go. 12 rounds. Los Angeles, California.
Ryan came out sharp, shooting straight through Fortuna's guard like it wasn't even there. The speed was different. Too quick, too clean, Fortuna tried to answer back, but every exchange went Ryan's way. Then the left hook started talking, once to the body, and that sent him down. Then twice more in the sixth. The first put Fortuna down. The second ended the night.
Javier Fortuna may not want to absorb any more punishment here tonight. No mas.
The call finally came. Al Heyman and Tank Davis delivered what the fans had been waiting for. The terms told their own story.
Yeah, you know.
A 136-pound
What a Jolly
catchweight,
Rancher choice.
a strict 10-pound rehydration clause for Ryan, a comfortable weight for Tank, a test designed to put Ryan under pressure.
I would get that, but it's not glazed. The King pack, you always go King. Gotta go purple Skittles. Gotta get down.
Tank made the message clear. He didn't just want to win. He wanted Ryan uncomfortable, making weight, drained, tested, while Tank walked in steady, at home in his body. Chess before fists, power before the bell.
The reason why I wanted to make the fight because I think the time is now.
Two of the biggest names in the lightweight division, undefeated, in their prime. Someone's had to go.
Scared? I'm gonna walk you to the deep waters and I'm gonna drown you.
2 stars, 1 ring. No way out without leaving something behind. This wasn't just skill.
I'm gonna hit you with that left hook right there. So I can see it actually.
Who stood at the top.
You wanna look good right on the ground.
Pride, legacy, back,
I'm a prize fighter, stupid.
carrying the glory further than either had ever
You'll learn
known.
one day when you grow up.
Hey, let him do that. That's good. This is it, Ryan.
King Ryan Garcia.
You're used to having the spotlight shine bright.
From Baltimore, Maryland, Tank Davis.
Gervonta Tank Davis, all about the hip hop culture. Tonight, Chief Keef.
Tell him again, Flo. I'm here 1,000 times. 1,000 times.
Protect yourselves at all times. Listen to my commands. Touch them up. Back to corner.
To ace their moment of truth. The bell.
Ryan Garcia stepped out,
This is your moment.
trying to claim the night early. Speed first, range second, snapping straight shots to let Tank know he was ready. He set a rhythm meant to keep Davis moving, never planted, never comfortable. Garcia pressed with combinations, trying to pull the fight into his world.
And Garcia putting the pressure on Davis.
Tank didn't bite. He watched.
Right and left and
He waited, knowing that sooner or later, speed asks for a price. And someone always reaches a moment too far. Some were enjoying the pressure on Tank.
putting the pressure on Davis. Davis
Others were holding their breath.
wrestling match.
Then, in a blink it came, like a rocket detonating on Ryan's chin. The arena erupted.
Missile strike by Davis.
You got too confident. You got too confident. 4, 5.
The tension never left the air. Tank began to take control of the exchanges, but Ryan was still firing back, still in the fight. Garcia gave everything he had, but on this night, Davis's chin wasn't going to break. Then came the shot, a cracking left to the body, buried in the liver. It shut everything down. Ryan couldn't recover. The fight was over. Ryan Garcia took his first loss, but it came against one of the very best in the division.
I'm definitely facing Boston. Absolute.
Ryan Garcia wasn't just fighting men across the ring. He was fighting what followed him home. After the night he rose against Luke Campbell, the noise got louder. The lights stayed on longer,
I was going through a tough time after I defeated Luke Campbell.
At the top, silence disappears.
The panic attacks and all the things that were...
Expectation turns into weight. And for Ryan, that weight began to press from the inside
That's when
out.
I decided to take a break from boxing. It was the best decision I could have made. To be vulnerable, I felt, was to be stronger.
You know, everything came crashing down on me. I had a lot happen to me before that Campbell fight. I never addressed any problems I had outside the ring, and it really destroyed my mental. I was lost in my head. I can't, words can't really describe how it felt, but it's like being in a maze and I don't know where to go. I'm just happy to be here. I really am.
A loss doesn't end the story.
Now my main focus is to become a world champion.
It sharpens it. And the fans stayed close, believing there was still more greatness to come. After Tank Davis, the hype didn't fade. It still followed Ryan Garcia everywhere. But this time, he walked back into the ring carrying more than expectation. He carried lessons.
Presenting King Rye.
For weeks, he has been insulted by Duarte, called a clown and a quitter. Been told in Mexico he was known as Queen Ryan, and no one there respects him.
Can you be a travel advisor without quitting your 9 to 5? Actually, yes. We're Fora, the modern travel. At home. The great thing about Fora is that you call the shots. So if that sounds like the kind of flexibility you're looking for, then apply to be a Fora advisor.
El Chapo Guzman escaped from maximum security prisons twice. He built tunnels under international borders. He ran a $3 billion a year drug empire that flooded every major American city with cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine. On July 17, 2019, a federal judge sentenced him to life in prison plus 30 years. He was sent to ADX Florence, the most secure prison on the planet. Nobody has ever escaped from it. And now, 6 years into his sentence, El Chapo is begging for help. In letters obtained by Mexican media in 2025, Chapo wrote, "I have suffered tremendously in solitary confinement. My blood pressure has spiked to critical levels. I am woken up every night by blasts of extreme hot air. I have experienced depression and memory loss. The staff are trying to kill me." That's a man who once controlled half the cocaine entering the United States, writing letters that sound like a hostage. But what's actually happening inside that cell, who his only neighbor is, and what he's reportedly done to try to earn his way out, that's the story nobody is telling you. But first, you need to understand exactly who this man was and what he did to end up in a place specifically designed to make you forget you're human. Joaquin Guzman was born in La Tuna, a tiny village in the mountains of Sinaloa, Mexico, in 1957. He grew up farming opium poppies with his family. By his 20s, he was running logistics for the Guadalajara cartel, one of the most powerful criminal organizations in Mexico. Then, in 1985, everything changed. DEA agent Enrique Camarena was kidnapped, tortured, and murdered by cartel operatives. The fallout shattered the Guadalajara cartel into pieces. And during a summit of the top drug lords in Mexico, Felix Gallardo appointed 2 men to take control of the Sinaloa territory. One was Ismael El Mayo Zambada. The other was Joaquin Guzman. He was in his early 30s. Sorry about that, guys. Here we go. Give me a second. One second, guys. Bear with me. 1 second. 1, 2. The Sinaloa cartel under El Chapo became the most sophisticated drug trafficking operation on the planet. $3 billion a year. Cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, marijuana, flowing through tunnels, submarines, cargo ships, and the pockets of corrupted officials on both sides of the border. He built tunnels that were engineering marvels, ventilated, lit with rail systems and electric carts. He commanded an army of hitmen. He controlled what law enforcement calls the last mile, the wholesale distribution network that moved product from the border straight into the hands of street dealers in Chicago, New York, Houston, Atlanta, and Los Angeles. Forbes magazine put him on its billionaires list. He was the most wanted man in the Western Hemisphere. But El Chapo wasn't just powerful. He was something the DEA had never encountered. He was uncatchable. On January 19, 2001, El Chapo escaped from Puente Grande, one of the most secure federal prisons in Mexico. He had been locked inside for 6 years. But on this night, a corrupt guard named Francisco Elito Camberos Rivas electronically opened Chapo's cell door, concealed him inside a laundry cart filled with dirty clothes, and started wheeling him through the corridor. It was a maximum security prison, with multiple checkpoints and armed guards at every door. El Chapo lay in dirty laundry, holding his breath. At one checkpoint, while Elito was trying to talk a security guard into letting the cart through, the cart started rolling backward. If it tipped, if even one arm or leg spilled out from under those sheets, El Chapo would be sent right back to his cell and Elito would be dead. But the cart stopped. Elito held his nerve, wheeled him through the final gate, out into the parking lot, and loaded him into a waiting car.
Never, and I mean never ask, how was your weekend? How was your weekend? How's the weather? How's everything?
Car. El Chapo vanished into the Mexican night. He would remain free for 13 years, living in the mountains of Sinaloa, running his empire from satellite phones, protected by an army of loyal gunmen and by a network of corruption that stretched from local police all the way to the highest levels of the Mexican government. He was finally recaptured in February 2014 when Mexican Marines, acting on joint intelligence from the DEA and U.S. Marshals, raided a beachfront hotel in Mazatlan at 3:45 in the morning. 10 pickup trucks carrying over 65 Marines rolled up to the resort. They found Chapo on the 4th floor in room 401, lying in bed with his wife. He did not resist. He was sent to Altiplano, the country's most fortified federal prison, a facility built specifically to hold people like him. Surely, they thought, this time would be different. It was not. That was escape number 1. Escape number 2 made the Mexican government look like a joke. On July 11, 2015, at 8:52 p.m., security cameras captured El Chapo in the shower area of his cell at Altiplano Federal Prison. The shower was the only blind spot in the entire surveillance system, a design flaw that either nobody noticed or nobody cared about. After guards did not see movement on camera for 25 minutes, Personnel went to check. When they reached his cell, Guzman was gone. The shower floor had a hole in it, roughly 20 inches wide, just large enough for a man to drop through. Below was a tunnel that stretched over a mile, all the way to a residential construction site outside the prison walls. 33 feet underground, artificial lighting, ventilation ducts pushing fresh air through the corridor, high-quality construction materials, PVC pipe, steel reinforcements. Sitting on a set of custom welded rails was a modified motorcycle rigged to carry one person at speed through the darkness. El Chapo rode a motorcycle through a mile-long tunnel underneath a maximum security prison, while the guards above him were still figuring out he was missing. The tunnel had taken over a year to build, right under their feet. The Mexican government did not know he was gone until he was already in the wind. 2 escapes from 2 of the most secure prisons in Mexico. The message was impossible to ignore. This country cannot hold this man. And that opened the door for the United States to step in. On January 8, 2016, 17 Marines and federal police raided a house in Los Mochis, Sinaloa, that had been under surveillance for over a month. Intercepted communications used the code words Grandma and Aunt for a high-priority target arriving at the residence. But before the Marines could breach the reinforced steel bulletproof door, El Chapo had already made his escape through a secret tunnel, emerging 1.5 kilometers away. He came out, stole a civilian car at gunpoint, and hit the road. A statewide alert tracked the stolen vehicle. Federal police caught up to him about 20 kilometers south, near the town of Juan Jose Rios. At the point of arrest, El Chapo made one last desperate attempt, offering the officers cash, properties, maybe a job. But it was over. He was extradited to the United States on January 19, 2017. From the second he stepped off that plane onto American soil, you could see it in his eyes. This wasn't Mexico. There were no guards to bribe, no tunnels to build, no government to embarrass. He was held at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan under a 23-hour lockdown, with lights on at all times and security checks every 30 minutes. His trial began in November 2018 and lasted 12 weeks. The courtroom was a fortress with an anonymous jury, armed federal marshals at every entrance, and a bulletproof witness stand. 56 witnesses testified.
If you have foamy yellow urine and don't want to get hooked up to a dialysis machine, you need to hear this. Drinking more water won't fix this. Staying hydrated is important.
Former cartel lieutenants, former allies, men who had once called him boss, now pointed at him across a courtroom and detailed 3 decades of trafficking, bribery, torture, and murder. One witness described how Chapo personally shot a rival in the head and then ordered the body buried alive to make sure he was dead. Another detailed a corruption network that had paid off every level of Mexican law enforcement, including senior military officials. The jury found him guilty on all counts, all 10, in just 35 hours of deliberation. On July 17, 2019, the judge sentenced him to life in prison plus 30 years and ordered him to forfeit $12.6 billion. But the money was meaningless. What mattered was the destination.
You know he deserved that shit, bro.
A DX Florence, Colorado, the Alcatraz of the Rockies. Because a DX Florence wasn't built to hold criminals, it was built to erase them. A DX was born from blood. On October 22, 1983, two members of the Aryan Brotherhood, Thomas Silverstein and Clayton Fountain, murdered two correctional officers at the U.S. Penitentiary in Marion, Illinois, using a stolen key and a concealed knife. The federal government decided that even among the most dangerous criminals in America, some needed a facility where escape was physically impossible and violence was operationally pointless. A DX Florence opened in 1994 on a 37-acre complex in the Colorado mountains. It holds roughly 300 inmates. No one has ever escaped. El Chapo isn't in the general population. He is in a special wing known internally as the Suites, considered the most restricted housing in the entire United States federal prison system. There are only 4 cells in the wing. His cell is 12 feet by 7 feet. That's about the size of a parking space. Take 10 steps in a straight line and you hit a wall. Walk in a circle. You will count about 30 paces before you are back where you started. Inside, a concrete bed with a thin mattress, a concrete desk, a concrete stool, a toilet that allows one flush at a time with no handle, a shower on a timed schedule, and a small recreation cage, accessible through a back door. The cage is below ground level, surrounded by 4 concrete walls topped with mesh. He can look straight up and see a rectangle of Colorado sky. Nothing else. No mountains, no horizon, no other human being. He is allowed out for a couple of hours per week. Under special administrative measures imposed by the Department of Justice, he cannot speak to any other inmate, has almost no contact with prison staff, and is lit.
Imagine how horrible it is in there already, and then how much more horrible it just makes you stay there, dude. And then knowing that you're going to be there for the rest of your life, that shit's fucked.
Limited to communicating with his attorneys and 2 family members, his twin daughters.
Yeah.
His mail is...
All you guys watching right now, I expect you guys not to be selling drugs and never to sell drugs, right?
Read. His calls are recorded. Every conversation is monitored by both the Bureau of Prisons and the FBI. There is a 13-inch television in his cell, but the programming is restricted to educational, recreational, and religious content. The fluorescent light inside his cell never fully turns off. There are only 4 cells in the suites, and for over 5 years, the cell next to El Chapo has been occupied by a man named Jimmy Sabatino, a mob-connected con artist from Miami serving time for fraud and extortion. Sabatino speaks some Spanish. Chapo speaks no English. They communicate through the walls, day and night, loud enough for the microphones to pick up every word. Sabatino translates between Chapo and the guards. He has essentially become the drug lord's interpreter, his only real human connection in a building designed to eliminate human connection. In March 2025, their attorney filed a motion in federal court asking a judge to let them have recreation time in their separate cages at the same time, just to walk and talk together. 2 of the most restricted inmates in the United States begging a federal judge for permission to have a conversation while locked in separate cages. That is what life looks like in the suites. But the physical isolation is only half of it. What's happening to Chapo's mind is worse. Outside the cell, ADX Florence deploys a security system that makes the Pentagon look relaxed. Motion detectors, cameras everywhere, 1,400 remote-controlled steel doors, pressure pads embedded in the floors, 12 razor wire fences surrounding the perimeter, patrolled by armed officers, and 12 gun towers on the road leading in. There is a single panic button in the control center that simultaneously locks every door in the building. Even if Chapo could somehow get out of the suites, past the steel doors, the fences, the towers, he would not know where to go. The windows are specifically designed to prevent inmates from determining their location within the complex. The man who once built tunnels under international borders cannot even find the exit. In 2024, El Chapo did something he had never done before. He filed a federal civil rights lawsuit against ADX Florence, alleging that his conditions of confinement violate the Eighth Amendment prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. The complaint, now in its third amendment, as of August 2025, describes years of near-total isolation, chronic sinus and ear pain without adequate medical care, and severe sleep deprivation caused by blasts of extremely hot air pumped into his cell 4 to 5 times per night. He says it happens after midnight, lasts about 15 minutes each time, causes his heart to race, and spikes his blood pressure to critical levels. His lawyer visited him in 2025 and reported visible physical deterioration, noticeable weight loss, and signs of depression and cognitive decline. The man who once orchestrated international drug operations from a satellite phone while hiding in the mountains of Sinaloa is now struggling to remember conversations from the day before. And then came the rumor that shook the cartel world. In 2024, Ismael El Mayo Zambada, Chapo's longtime partner and the co-leader of the Sinaloa cartel, was captured in Texas and pleaded guilty to drug trafficking charges. Reports surfaced in 2025 that El Chapo had been cooperating with U.S. authorities, providing information that helped build the case against Zambada. If true, it means the most feared drug lord in modern Mexican history. The man who once had entire governments on his payroll is now a government informant. The man who ran Sinaloa is helping the Americans dismantle it. His sons, known collectively as Los Chapitos, are falling one by one. Ovidio Guzman Lopez was captured in 2023 and extradited to the United States, where he entered plea negotiations in early 2025. Joaquin Guzman Lopez was arrested in Texas in 2024 and is currently awaiting trial. The Sinaloa cartel has fractured into warring factions. The empire El Chapo spent 30 years building is tearing itself apart from the inside, and the man who built it can only watch through a 4-inch window if he can see anything at all. Despite all of that, the Sinaloa cartel remains one of the most powerful drug trafficking organizations on the planet. It still controls tunnels, seaports, distribution networks, and armies of enforcers across 6 continents. Chapo's arrest changed the leadership. It did not change the product. The drugs still flow. The money still moves. The only thing that stopped was El Chapo. Right now, Joaquin Guzman spends his days in a 12 by 7 foot cell in the Colorado mountains. He eats every meal alone, passed through a slot in a steel door. He writes letters to his mother, his sisters, and his twin daughters, the only family members he is allowed to contact. His lawyer says one of the twins looks exactly like her mother, Emma Coronel, who herself served 3 years in federal prison for drug trafficking conspiracy. The other twin inherited her father's face and, according to those who have met her, his personality. They are 13 years old. They are the only visitors he is permitted to receive. He talks through the wall to a con artist from Miami who helps translate when the guards need something. He waits for the hot air to stop blowing so he can try to sleep. And somewhere in the back of his mind, the man who once tunneled his way out of anything must know that the concrete around him now is not Mexican concrete. It is American concrete, and nobody is coming to dig. He wrote that the prison staff are trying to kill him. Maybe they are, or maybe the building itself is the weapon. A DX. Florence does not need to kill you. It just needs to keep you alive long enough to forget who you were. Joaquin Guzman is 67 years old. He will die in that cell. Not because a judge said so, but because there is nowhere left to tunnel. The greatest escape artist of the 21st century finally found the one room he cannot leave, and the only thing escaping now is his mind. If this story hit you as hard as it hit us, subscribe and turn on notifications. We go deep on the stories the headlines only scratch the surface of. Drop a comment. Do you think El Chapo deserves what he is getting? Or has the punishment crossed the line? We will see you in the next one.
No way. Bye! Kobe!
On the morning of February 22nd, 2026, in a secluded cabin on the outskirts of Tapalpa, a quiet mountain town in the western Mexican state of Jalisco, the most wanted man in the Western Hemisphere was hiding with his bodyguards and a woman. U.S. intelligence had tracked him through a trusted associate of one of his romantic partners. The woman had visited the cabin the day before. She left on Saturday. He stayed. That was his last mistake. Mexican Special Forces, including Army units, the National Guard, and Air Force helicopters, had been quietly staging in neighboring states for days, careful not to enter Jalisco and spook the target. On Sunday morning, once his presence was confirmed, the strike force moved. 6 helicopters. Ground troops, a perimeter designed to trap a man who had not been seen in public for years. When the soldiers closed in, all hell broke loose. El Mencho's bodyguards opened fire. 4 cartel gunmen were killed at the cabin. El Mencho and his inner circle fled into the surrounding woods. The soldiers gave chase. More gunfire. His men shot at the helicopters, and one was hit and forced into an emergency landing, but the perimeter held. El Mencho was hit. 2 of his bodyguards were hit. They were loaded onto a helicopter for evacuation. Nemesio Ruben Oseguera Cervantes, El Mencho, the 59-year-old founder and supreme commander of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, the man with a $15 million American bounty on his head, the ghost who had eluded every intelligence agency on 2 continents for over a decade, died in the air somewhere between Tapalpa and Mexico City. He never reached the hospital. And then his cartel did something that no criminal organization in Mexican history had ever done. Within hours, the CJNG launched coordinated military-style attacks across more than 20 Mexican states simultaneously. 252 roadblocks went up in a single day. Vehicles burned on highways. A Costco building was set on fire. Gas stations exploded. Cars burned in the parking lots of shopping malls in Puerto Vallarta. Smoke rose over Guadalajara, a World Cup host city that was supposed to welcome 3 million visitors in 4 months. The governor activated a code red state of emergency and shut down all public transportation. Passengers sprinted through airports. Tourists sheltered in hotels. At least 25 National Guard soldiers were murdered in the retaliatory attacks. Witnesses reported execution-style killings on the road to Puerto Vallarta Airport. And then came the bounty. El Mencho's right-hand man, a financial operator known as El Tuli, offered 20,000 pesos for the killing of any member of the Mexican Armed Forces. It was an open contract, broadcast to every CJNG operative in the country. This is what happened when El Mencho died. Not a power struggle, not negotiations, an instant, nationwide declaration of war against the state of Mexico. And it raises a question the world is now forced to answer. Was El Mencho actually more powerful than El Chapo? Before the comparison, you need to understand what El Mencho built and how fast he built it. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes was born in 1966 in rural Michoacan into a family so poor they grew avocados to survive. He dropped out of primary school in 5th grade to work the fields. By the age of 14, he was guarding marijuana plantations. By his late teens, he had crossed illegally into California, where he cycled through aliases and odd jobs before getting arrested for stolen property and for carrying a loaded gun. In 1994, he was convicted in a California court for conspiracy to distribute heroin. He served 3 years. When he returned to Mexico, he briefly became a police officer in Jalisco, a cover that gave him contacts, knowledge of law enforcement operations, and access to the infrastructure he would later exploit. By the late 2000s, after working as chief hitman for the Milenio Cartel and then the Sinaloa Cartel's Jalisco operations, El Mencho saw his opportunity. When Sinaloa Capo Ignacio Coronel was killed by Mexican forces in 2010, the Milenio Cartel splintered. El Mencho took the pieces and built something entirely new, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, the CJNG. In 15 years, he turned a local criminal faction into what the US government designated as one of the 5 most dangerous criminal organizations on the planet, a foreign terrorist organization, a network operating in over 40 countries, present in all 50 US states, with contacts stretching to China, Australia, and Southeast Asia. The DEA estimated the CJNG was responsible for at least 1/3 of all drugs entering the United States by sea and air, billions in annual revenue. Russian naval engineers hired to design drug smuggling submarines, drones fitted with explosives, an arsenal that included armored vehicles, RPGs, 50 caliber weapons, and private SWAT teams, all of it built by a 5th grade dropout from an avocado farm. The fundamental difference between El Mencho and El Chapo was philosophy. El Chapo wanted the world to know his name. He made the Forbes billionaires list. His estimated fortune ranged between $1 and $10 billion. He escaped maximum security prisons twice, the second time through a mile-long tunnel with lighting, ventilation, and a rail-mounted motorcycle engineered directly into his cell. He dated actresses. Netflix made series about him. Narco Corridos, songs that glorified his exploits, became a music genre. He was a folk hero, a brand, a global celebrity with a mustache. El Mencho wanted to vanish. Only a handful of photographs of him exist on Earth. He had not been seen in public for years before his death. When he developed kidney disease, instead of visiting a hospital where he might be identified, he built his own medical facility in a remote village. He communicated through intermediaries. He gave no interviews. He cultivated no legend, only power. His net worth was estimated between 500 million and 1 billion, less than El Chapo at his peak. But El Mencho did not measure power in magazine covers. He measured it in firepower. While El Chapo was tunneling out of prisons and posing for photographers, El Mencho was building an army. In 2015, the CJNG shot on a Mexican military helicopter with a rocket-propelled grenade, the first time any cartel had achieved that. It was a message: this is not a drug gang. This is a military force. El Chapo corrupted the system through bribes. He spent hundreds of millions buying politicians, judges, and prison guards. His default tool was money. El Mencho's default tool was terror. He called police commanders by name and threatened to kill them and their families. His cartel attempted to assassinate Mexico City's police chief with grenades and high-powered rifles in broad daylight in the capital. They kidnapped Navy members to leverage prisoner releases. They used fake job ads to recruit, then tortured or killed anyone who refused. Former DE, a chief of international operations, Mike Vigil, placed El Mencho at almost the same level as El Chapo, but another analyst went further, calling El Mencho more barbaric than his rival. The ultimate test of a crime lord's power isn't how he lives. It's what happens when he's gone. When El Chapo was extradited to the United States in 2017, the Sinaloa cartel fractured internally. His sons fought for control. a civil war erupted between the Guzman faction and the faction loyal to co-leader Ismail El Mayo Zambada. It was bloody, but it was an internal affair. The cartel did not attack the state. They did not burn cities. They did not murder soldiers by the dozen. When El Mencho died on February 22nd, 2026, his cartel's response was unprecedented in the history of Mexican organized crime. Within hours, coordinated attacks erupted across more than 20 states. 252 roadblocks in a single day. 25 National Guard soldiers killed. A Costco set ablaze. Shopping mall parking lots turned into infernos. Execution-style killings on public roads. And an open bounty placed on any member of the Mexican military, 20,000 pesos per head. Security analyst David Salcido observed that all main CJNG commanders had unified to paralyze economic activity and impose a national and international image cost on the government. CNN analysts began comparing the situation to Pablo Escobar's Colombia in the 1980s, when a drug lord effectively declared war on an entire nation through bombings and assassinations. The succession crisis makes it worse. El Mencho's entire bloodline is locked up. His son El Menchito is imprisoned in the United States. His brother Abraham was captured in 2025. Another brother, Antonio, was captured in 2022. His wife was arrested for money laundering. His daughter is in custody. His son-in-law was arrested in California. The likely successor is his stepson, Juan Carlos Gonzalez Valencia, who runs the paramilitary wing. But if the stepson cannot hold the CJNG together, analysts warn of 4 to 6 regional commanders splitting the organization into competing factions, each with enough money, men, and territory to wage its own war. The DEA says the CJNG is structured like a franchise of roughly 90 criminal organizations under one brand. Under El Mencho, that structure was a superpower. Without him, it could become 90 separate wars. El Chapo was a drug trafficker who became a billionaire celebrity. El Mencho was a warlord who stayed invisible. El Chapo bought the Mexican state. El Mencho attacked it. El Chapo's fall produced a cartel civil war. El Mencho's death produced a war against Mexico itself. If power means wealth, fame, and legend, El Chapo wins. He made Forbes. He escaped Altiplano. His name is known in every country on earth. But if power means the ability to command an organization so disciplined, so feared, and so loyal, that a single death triggers 252 roadblocks across 20 states, 25 dead soldiers, burning cities from Guadalajara to Puerto Vallarta, an open bounty on the national military, and a level of coordinated terror that makes analysts invoke Pablo Escobar's Colombia, then El Mencho was something El Chapo never became. The ghost turned out to be more dangerous than the legend, and the war he left behind hasn't even started yet.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with 11 Labs.
On February 22nd, 2026, the Mexican military killed one man in a firefight in the mountains of Jalisco. He was wounded during the raid in the small town of Tapalpa and loaded onto a military helicopter bound for Mexico City. He died before the aircraft landed. Within 6 hours, his organization responded with a level of coordinated violence that this country has not seen in a generation. Over 250 roadblocks were set ablaze across 20 Mexican states. Buses and trucks were hijacked and torched across highways from Guadalajara to Tamaulipas. 25 members of the National Guard were killed in 6 separate ambushes before the sun set. The governor of Jalisco declared a code red. Guadalajara, the second largest city in Mexico and a host city for the 2026 World Cup, became a ghost town. Airlines canceled every flight to Puerto Vallarta. The United States Embassy issued shelter-in-place orders across 5 states. Schools were canceled the next morning. 1 man died, and an entire country locked its doors. And most people watching this right now have never heard his name. His name was Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes. They called him El Mencho. He ran the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, which the DEA considers as powerful as the Sinaloa Cartel. His organization operated in at least 21 Mexican states and all 50 states of the United States. The United States had a $15 million bounty on his head. He commanded an army with armored vehicles, rocket launchers, and weaponized drones. His cartel generated billions annually, and for 15 years, almost nobody could find him. No photographs that weren't decades old, no interviews, no legend. He was a ghost who ran an empire. And this is the story of the most powerful drug lord you've never heard of. Nemesio Ruben Oseguera Cervantes was born on July 17, 1966, in the village of Naranjo de Chila, in the municipality of Aguililla, Michoacan, deep in Mexico's Tierra Caliente. His family grew avocados. His father, Miguel, and his mother, Jacoba, worked the fields and barely kept the household fed. He had 5 brothers. Several would eventually follow him into organized crime. He dropped out of school in the 5th grade to work the land. By 14, he was no longer picking avocados. He was standing guard over marijuana plantations in the mountains, watching for police and rival growers. That was the first job that paid. His other nickname was El Señor de los Gallos, the Lord of the Roosters, because even as a boy, he loved cockfighting. In the 1980s, El Mencho crossed the border illegally into the United States and settled in the San Francisco Bay Area. He used fake names: Ruben Avila, Jose Lopez Prieto, Miguel Valadez, Carlos Hernandez Mendoza. In 1986, at 19, San Francisco police arrested him for carrying a loaded weapon and stolen property. He was released. In 1989, he was arrested again for selling narcotics. Deported, he came back. He and his brother-in-law, Abigail Gonzalez Valencia, known as El Queenie, got involved in methamphetamine production in California's Central Valley. That partnership would eventually become the financial backbone of the most powerful cartel in Mexico. In September of 1992, federal agents in San Francisco set up a sting operation at a bar called the Imperial. El Mencho and his brother Abraham walked in to sell 5 ounces of heroin for $9,500. Abraham handled the transaction. El Mencho watched the room, and he noticed something the undercover agents did not expect him to catch. The buyers were stacking their bills too neatly, perfectly aligned, crisp. Real street money comes wrinkled, folded, loose. El Mencho leaned over and warned his brother, "Those men are police. Do not do business with them again." But 3 weeks later, both brothers were arrested. El Mencho was convicted of conspiracy to distribute heroin in the United States District Court for the Northern District of California. He was 26 years old. He served nearly 3 years in a federal prison. He was deported to Mexico. And then he did something no other major drug lord in Mexican history has done. He went home to Jalisco and joined the police force. He became a state police officer in the small coastal town of Tomatlan, south of Puerto Vallarta. Nobody knows exactly how long he served or what he did in uniform. What is known is that at some point he quit law enforcement and crossed to the other side permanently. He joined the Milenio Cartel, one of the entrenched criminal organizations in Western Mexico, and became a member of its assassination squad, a team of killers who protected the drug lord Armando Valencia Cornelio. The avocado farmer's son from Michoacan was now a professional hitman, and he was paying attention to everything around him because the entire cartel structure above him was about to collapse.
Like sugar on my tongue, your body is so sweet, sweet, sweet. Invite me if you come.
And from the wreckage, he would build something nobody saw coming. In 2003, El Mencho's boss at the Milenio Cartel was arrested. Almost simultaneously, Los Zetas launched an armed offensive against the Milenio Cartel in Michoacan, forcing the Valencia family to relocate to Jalisco. El Mencho followed, settling in Guadalajara and forming a critical alliance with Ignacio Coronel Villarreal, known as Nacho Coronel, a high-ranking partner of El Chapo's Sinaloa cartel. Under Coronel's umbrella, El Mencho managed drug operations and financial networks across Jalisco and Colima. He was no longer a foot soldier, he was a strategist, and he was watching what happened to leaders who made themselves visible. Then, in less than 12 months, two events shattered the entire power structure of Western Mexico. In 2009, Oscar Orlando Nava Valencia, one of the top Milenio leaders, was captured. In July of 2010, Nacho Coronel was killed in a military operation. The two pillars holding up the Western Mexico drug trade were gone. A massive power vacuum opened, and El Mencho stepped into it. The Milenio Cartel fractured into two warring factions. One side was called La Resistencia. The other was led by El Mencho and called itself Los Mata Zetas, the Zeta Killers. Los Zetas were the most feared organization in the country by positioning his group as the force that would destroy them. El Mencho gave his faction a purpose beyond drug trafficking. He released propaganda videos denouncing rival cartels for extorting civilians. He promised to clean the streets. It was a public relations campaign backed by automatic weapons, and it worked. Los Mata Zetas won the turf war in Jalisco. They eliminated La Resistencia. They drove Los Zetas out of the state, and then they renamed themselves the Cartel de Jalisco Nueva Generación, the New Generation. The name itself was a declaration. The old cartels were finished. This was something different, something built for the future. In September of 2011, the group announced itself to the world in the most visceral way possible, dumping 35 bodies in a busy area of the port city of Veracruz and claiming the victims were Zetas operatives. 1 month later, the bodies of approximately 30 more victims appeared in the same region. The message was impossible to misunderstand. CJNG would not negotiate with rivals. It would erase them. El Mencho was 45 years old. He had gone from picking avocados to guarding marijuana to selling heroin in San Francisco to serving federal time to becoming a police officer to becoming an assassin to running one of the fastest growing criminal organizations in the Western Hemisphere. and the DEA was barely paying attention. A former DEA field agent would later admit publicly that the agency had been focused almost entirely on El Chapo and the Sinaloa cartel during the critical years of CJNG's rise. All the cables out of headquarters, all the intelligence reports were focused on Chapo. The bosses in DC were like, we've never heard of them. They didn't think they were important. Another agent who worked the case described hitting a dead end. He said they knew they had this big player, this up-and-coming narco, but they had no way in to investigate him. The case was put on the back burner, and for the next several years, while the world watched El Chapo escape from prison, stand trial in Brooklyn, and get sentenced to life at ADX Florence, El Mencho was quietly building an empire that would surpass Sinaloa in almost every measurable dimension. At its peak, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, known as CJNG, controlled operations in at least 21 of Mexico's 32 states. It operated distribution networks in all 50 United States. It had a presence in Europe, Asia, Latin America, Australia, and parts of Africa. The United States State Department assessed the cartel as having the highest cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine trafficking capacity in Mexico. And then came fentanyl. CJNG became one of the dominant forces in the manufacturing and distribution of the synthetic opioid that has killed more Americans than any illegal drug in history. The cartel imported precursor chemicals directly from China, manufactured fentanyl and methamphetamine in clandestine labs across Jalisco and Michoacan, and pushed the finished product into every American state. El Chapo's Sinaloa cartel had been the logistics master that moved Colombian cocaine. El Mencho did not just move drugs. He manufactured them. He controlled the entire supply chain from the raw chemicals to the pills on American streets. But CJNG was not a cartel in the traditional sense. Under El Mencho, it became a paramilitary organization.
Fentanyl is no fucking joke, man. Hold on, I can't hear myself. Hang on a second. Yeah, that is no joke, guys. Hold on. Hello. Can you hear me? Yo. Okay, that's way too much. Hello. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that fentanyl was that was a big deal, man. Go to realcleanlike.com and read my story. Y'all know all about it. realcleanlike.com and read my story. Y'all know all about it.
The group operated armored fighting vehicles that members called Monstruos. They deployed rocket launchers, improvised explosive devices, and mines along contested roads and entry points. They pioneered the use of weaponized drones in cartel warfare, rigging commercial drones with explosives and dropping them on rival positions and military targets. Hundreds of drones were deployed regularly along the border for surveillance and smuggling operations. Their recruitment infrastructure was modeled on an insurgent army, strict training programs, enforced discipline, and forced conscription through fake job advertisements that lured unsuspecting civilians into service. Those who refused were tortured or killed. In March of 2025, a group of people searching for missing relatives in Jalisco discovered what was believed to be a CJNG training ground. They found charred bones, shoes, and scraps of clothing buried.
I've seen plenty of power banks over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this Ridge one quickly became a favorite. So this, a 10,000 milliamp hour battery that's already this small, is pretty clutch, but it's also pretty loaded. Built-in braided USB-C cable and lightning cable for fast charging, that just makes sense. but it can also do wireless charging. And you better believe if it's an iPhone, it can also do MagSafe. And it also comes in 3 colors: matte black, matte olive, and I guess perfect for the new iPhone 17 Pro color, Basecamp orange. And yes, in case you're wondering, I could also do wired and wireless charging.
In the dirt. The violence under El Mencho was not just frequent, it was strategic and spectacular. In April of 2015, CJNG ambushed and killed 15 state police officers in a single coordinated attack.
Can you guys go to Kick and watch me on Kick? I have Kick going right now. If you guys can go to Kick, my Kick name is FlowBiz86. That'd be dope if you guys could watch me on Kick, man. But hey, it doesn't matter where you watch it from. I love it. So I appreciate you guys' time and being here with me. I got 23 of you guys solid right now, and I just started doing this, so I really appreciate you guys' time.
In Jalisco.
Appreciate you.
1 month later,
my name is
the cartel shot down a Mexican military helicopter with a Russian-made rocket propelled grenade during an operation targeting El Mencho in the mountains. No cartel in Mexico had ever brought down a military aircraft before. That same year, CJNG operatives taped sticks of dynamite to the bodies of a man and his elementary school-age son and detonated them on camera, laughing as they filmed the explosion. A DEA agent who investigated the cartel described it in 2 words: "This is ISIS stuff." The sheer numbers and the manner in which they kill people is unparalleled, even in Mexico. In June of 2020, El Mencho sent over 30 gunmen armed with grenades, body armor, and high-powered rifles to assassinate Omar Garcia Harfuch, Mexico City's chief of police, on one of the capital's main avenues in broad daylight. The attackers fired over 400 rounds. The police chief survived with 3 bullet wounds. 2 of his bodyguards and an uninvolved woman were killed. It was the most brazen assassination attempt against a government official in Mexico City in decades. In Guanajuato, the war between CJNG